Welcome all of you to the Better You Summit. I'm Molly Fletcher. I'm also a former sports agent turned author, podcast host of Game Changers with Molly Fletcher, and a keynote speaker. But most importantly, I'm your host today. We have thousands of people from all over the globe tuning in. It's so exciting. I'm so pumped and so grateful that you chose to invest in you, to invest in your growth and to learn. I feel so blessed to pull together these remarkable people who are going to share, to inspire, and to offer ideas and tactics for you for free. Thank you to each of them. You know, they raised their hand to share and to pour in to others. It's awesome. And thank you to my remarkable team, Sprague, Ann, Piper, Kelly, Daniel, Patrick, Mill, the list goes on. Thank you. Now here's what to expect today. This is going to be inspiring. It's going to be actionable from some of my friends, thought leaders, on lots of things like mindset, resilience, curiosity, relationships, discipline, confidence. And there's going to be so much more. Well, we have one heck of a lineup, 100%. Yes, we do. We have best-selling authors. We have speakers. We have business leaders. We have entrepreneurs. And just some all-around incredible humans who are taking the time to pour into all of us. All day, we're gonna share their ideas and my ideas. We're going to share lessons learned and strategies to unlock, as the summit's called, Better You. So I'm going to kick us off here in a second, and then we are rolling back to back with these amazing people and leaders and influencers who said yes. They said, yes, Molly, and I'll be with you, by the way, like it or not, all day. And then we're going to put a bow on the day for all of this as you go back out into your world as a better version of you. So do me a favor, get your notepad out or your computer notes, turn off your notifications, and lock in. Because this is going to be real, and it's right now, and it is all about you. You being the best version of you. You know, I wrote a book, my newest book, Dynamic Drive, because it breaks my heart, truly, to see people settle for less than their potential. So this book, Dynamic Drive, it isn't about achievement for achievement's sake. It isn't about doing more and more. It's about figuring out where there are parts in your life where maybe you're playing it small or safe, or maybe you're just a little bit dissatisfied. And recognizing that you can make change and live the life that you've always imagined. You can pursue your goals unapologetically without compromising what matters most. All of this is not only possible, but it's within reach. You know, in Dynamic Drive, I unpack 7 keys in the pages of this book that will help you unlock more joy, more fulfillment, more purpose-fueled satisfaction in a way that's sustainable. And I'm going to hit on a couple of those things today inside of the keys of Dynamic Drive. So our next speaker, guess who? Me. I'm kicking us off today, so I'm going to roll into sharing a bit about how you can begin to unlock what I've discovered to be a really powerful way of life, something I call Dynamic Drive. So I want to start with when I first really started to learn about drive. I was a young kid in Michigan. I grew up in Lansing, Michigan, and when I was a middle schooler about. I think I was in sort of middle school, and I would go down from time to time to my dad's office. His office was in the basement of our house in Lansing, Michigan, and I would go down to his office, which was in the basement, and from time to time I would pick up these books that he had on the corner of his desk. And they were books by a guy by the name of Zig Ziglar. And some of you may know Mr. Ziglar's name. He's a legend in the motivational space. And so from time to time, I would pick these books up by Zig when I was in these sort of awkward middle school years, sort of trying to figure it all out. And I would be able to do that, by the way, when my older brothers weren't pounding on me upstairs. And so I would pick these books up by Zig. And I remember sort of reading these books thinking, wow, this is so cool. Like, you can take in this information and tap into it, and it will help you become a better you. And when I was a kid, we'd throw the cassette tapes in the car on our way to school or tennis practice, and I'd listen to them. And so as I started to approach graduation from college, I said to my mom and dad, man, I got to meet this guy, right? Like, he has shown me at some level a way to live and become a better version of me. And so I started sending him letters, postcards, more letters, phone calls to his office, to Mr. Ziglar himself, to his assistant. I mean, I was pretty much blowing this poor man and his team up a bit. And finally, gratefully, he agreed to give this 20-year-old schlep a couple minutes in his office in Dallas, Texas. I saved up my money, bought a ticket to Dallas to fly in and meet Zig, and I had about 20 minutes with him. And by the way, I was really kind of excited to tell him that I had finished second at my high school to be our commencement speaker. Second. Now, here's the thing. I was kind of feeling kind of good about second, right? I mean, because, we had 500 kids in our graduating class. Second felt kind of cool. But here's the truth. Two people actually tried out. So I walk into Zig's office. I'm super grateful, and I sit down, and we're chatting a bit, and then I said, Mr. Ziglar, I just can't thank you enough for taking a minute to chat with me. And sir, I just want to tell you, I want to do one day what you do. And he very calmly and humbly smiled and leaned forward and looked at me and said, hey, look, Molly, I love that. I think it's awesome. He said, but why don't you do this? I said, here's my advice. He said, why don't you go out into the world and do something, anything. And then he said, maybe then you can go back out into the world and talk about it. It was pretty solid advice, right? See, Zig was encouraging me. He was challenging me to tap into my inner drive. See, if we want to become the best version of ourselves, we have to take action. We have to step into the messy world and show up with our talents and our gifts and figure out how to use them. And there'll be moments where we stumble, and there'll be moments where we make mistakes. But at the core, fundamentally, that's what Zig was telling me. He was telling me to step in. That at some level, that's how we uncover our purpose. That's how we unlock so much of what I'm going to talk about today. That's how we unlock our dynamic drive. For almost 2 decades, I worked as a sports agent, and I represented some of the biggest names in sports. Hall of Famers, national and world champion coaches, Olympians, all-stars, and incredible baseball players, broadcasters, remarkable people who are obviously really darn good at what they did. So my job, in so many ways, it was a front row seat to peak performance. It was a courtside seat to the mindset of some of the best. And here's what's interesting, right? The world sees all the kind of the big moments, right? The world sees the trophies and the accolades, and the world sees the big contracts, and when we read about these, the world sees the moments of achievement. here's the thing. I saw everything that happened to get there and to stay there. I saw the relentless grind that takes place when the lights are not shining on them. I saw the pregame rituals, the laser-like focus, and the clear and consistent tether back to their highest purpose, to make the top athletes and coaches the best in their field. I saw all of the margin. See, most people think that it's about talent, but it's not. It's really about drive. See, the top athletes and coaches and business leaders and entrepreneurs that I have been so fortunate to interview on my podcast, they have a totally different kind of drive. Totally different kind of drive. It's something that I call dynamic drive. See, dynamic drive is the formula for sustained high performance in all areas of your life. It's the consistent and joyful pursuit of a better you. This formula, this way of life, it is not reserved for a special class of people. It is inside of all of us. It's inside of you. So then the question becomes, well, gosh, Molly, great. How do I tap into this? How do I tap into it? In my book, Dynamic Drive, I share 7 principles, but I want to lean into a few big ones today that I know can help you right here, right now, right where you are to become a better you. You know, the heart of dynamic drive is purpose. Have you ever pulled back and asked yourself this question? What are you chasing? Right? Like, what are you chasing? Have you asked yourself why? You know, when we think about dynamic drive, what separates it is that purpose is threaded through all of it. See, dynamic drive, it combines the goal-directed pressing urgency of the typical definition of drive with a purpose-driven evolving nature. So check this out. Imagine in your nearest town, city, imagine for a second that there are 2 high-rise buildings, skyscraper high-rise buildings, and imagine that they're about 1,000 feet apart. And that they're really high, as I said, and then let's imagine that I laid a plank right over top of those 2 really high-rise buildings. And imagine that the plank is about 1.5 inches thick and about 1.5 feet wide. And imagine, just for a second, that it's kind of a sunny day, a little bit of wind, but not bad. Now imagine this. Now, by the way, I have to tell you, the plank kind of dips in the middle, by the way, if you were going to sort of walk across it. And here's another interesting stat, that about 80% of the people that walk across the plank actually make it. 20% of the people that walk across this plank, they don't make it. They take a dirt nap. There's no net, right? Like it's over. So, question. Would you walk across that plank to the other side? Now it dips, 80% chance you'll make it. If you don't, you're going hopefully to heaven. How many people would walk across that plank for $1 million? How many people would do it? Would you do it? Now let me ask you this question. Would you walk across that plank for $2 million? How many would do it now? Would you do it now? Now let me ask you this question. Would you walk across that plank to the other side if the most important people in your life were on the other side, and the only way that you could save them is to get your way across that plank to them? Would you do it now? Here's what I find. If I share that story in a room of 1,000 people, right? A couple people raise their hands initially, a couple more on the second ask, and then the hands fly up if you would walk across that plank to the other side to save the most important people in your life. See, that's the thing about purpose. When we know why we do what we do, it changes what we do. See, achievement, it does not bring fulfillment. Purpose does. See, what is so cool is drive can unlock purpose, and purpose can unlock drive. Pretty magical, huh? You know, energy is one of the keys that I dig into dynamic drive. And so I want to pull it forward today. I think it's particularly important right now. You know, I know a lot of people, you have a lot of demand on you. You have a lot of demand on you personally and professionally. So I want to dig into energy. You know, when some people hear the word drive, you know what happens? They think, wow, geez. I mean, Molly, that sounds kind of hard. That sounds kind of like a lot of work. And here's the thing, if you're solely focused on achievement, then you might find yourself depleted. That is, in fact, true. See, but dynamic drive is about aligning your energy with what matters most to you. See, energy isn't just how we show up in the world physically. It's how we show up mentally, emotionally, relationally, spiritually. You know, to show up as a better you have to optimize your energy, right? It's about focus and prioritization. See, we live in a world that pulls all of us in every direction, where we have to often do more with less. It requires us to have to make some tough choices around who and what in our lives deserves our energy. So I have another question for you. Does anybody ever look down at your phone and you see the name on your phone, or maybe it's in your inbox, you see the name and you go, oh my gosh, like your head wants to explode, like you're like, no, like what, right? And so I had a client like that. And literally like every time she would call me, I mean, it was like the blood would rush out of my entire body. I mean, it was like, it was just never enough. It was exhausting. And I remember considering the amount of energy that I was pouring into that one relationship was enormous. And essentially was also compromising the amount of energy that I could then pour into my team of agents, our 300 other athletes and coaches. And so I remember considering, does she deserve all of this energy? See, the most important question that you can ask yourself is, where will I focus my energy? Because let me tell you this. This is where I think so often we can find ourselves unintentionally off track. It's a different, by the way, but related question to the one that I just framed up, right? Where will I spend and focus my energy? A different question, but it's related, is where will I spend my time? See, if you want to be average, right? And that's not why you're here. You don't want to be average. If you want to be average, then lock in and manage the heck out of your time. But if you want to be the better version of you, manage your energy. In other words, prioritize what matters most. And that's what dynamic drive, that's what it's all about. That we don't let the distractions and the unimportant, the problems, the challenges, that we don't let them drain our energy, that we align our energy with what matters most to you for a better you. You know, dynamic drive is a formula to ensure that you chase the right stuff. Stay with me here, because here's the thing. Can you show up as the best version of yourself, personally or professionally, if your tank is empty? I don't think so. Right? Like, can you pour into the people that you love, that you maybe lead, that you work with, that you live with, if you're exhausted and drained? I don't think so. Can you inspire others when you aren't inspired yourself because you don't have enough energy? No. See, here's the thing. You are empowered to take control of your energy. You are. No one else is. You are. And I know what you might be thinking right now. You're like, Molly, like, what? I mean, but my boss and my ex-husband and my aging parents. I mean, you are not getting my world, Molly. No, I do get it. See, dynamic drive is about looking inside of ourselves. Dynamic drive, it unlocks the clarity and the confidence that's in you to manage life's demands in a way that's sustainable, in service of you. Yes, but also, yes, also in service of those in your life who matter most. Choose where your energy goes before the world chooses for you. You know, here's the thing. Most people assume that drive depletes energy. That this level of focus and intentionality and daily effort, that it leads to burnout. But what actually is at the root of burnout is misalignment. See, when our daily efforts aren't aligned with our values and our purpose, then yes, we can start to feel burned out. You know, I break down something I call an alignment audit in Dynamic Drive. And I break it down in detail. And I want to sort of walk you through just a part of it right now. So consider this. Think about and identify the 5 most important things, people, values, beliefs in your life. Identify the 5. And then what I want to challenge you to do, consider on a scale of 1 to 10, ask yourself, how important are they? Rate them from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. How important are each of those? Rate them. And then what I want you to do is to pull back and say, how much time, attention, and energy have you been investing in each of those 5 things lately, right? Like assign a number, again, from 1 to 10. And then what I want you to pull back and consider is potentially, you know, what's the gap? What's the gap? And here's the thing, right? Like, so let's say you say that your children are a 10, but you rated the amount of time, attention, and energy that you're giving them as a 6. So the gap there would be 4. What I would encourage you to do is where you may have a gap of 2 or more, that's a sign of misalignment. You have great intention, it's important to you, but there's a misalignment. And here's the thing, that is also an opportunity to not have optimal energy, of course. You know, for me, I discovered this and have utilized this tool in my own life. I discovered it truly when I was a mess. Our daughters were about 5 at the time. They were young, 5, and 6. That's a whole nother story. And you know, my daughters, of course, they were a top 5 in my life. And they were a 10 on importance. But when I found myself in this moment, I found myself candidly ranking the amount of time, attention, and energy that I was giving them as a 6. And as I said, they were young at the time. They were young. But the truth is, I had a gap. I had a very significant gap on something that was remarkably and is remarkably important to me. And I needed to fix it. And I did. But here's the thing. I had my husband and I had my mom who shook me. They shook me up. And had they not, I might have slipped deeper into what I believe is the opposite of dynamic drive. I could have slipped into complacency. Totally unintentionally, right? But then I could have found myself potentially, had I not gotten a little shaken, I could have found myself at a place that was maybe unrecoverable. See, the question to consider, if someone could only see your actions, not hear your words, what would they say are your top priorities? What would they say? So I want to hit on one of the other keys in dynamic drive, right? We've talked about the thread through all of it, which of course is purpose. We've talked about energy. Curiosity is another very important key of the 7 keys. It is absolutely one of the keys to sustaining the drive that you have to tap into when we think about dynamic drive. Curiosity is key. Because, curiosity, it opens you up to new ideas and experiences and knowledge. So, I took Zig's advice and I decided to pursue my other really big passion, which was sports. I literally sat in the den of my house in Michigan with a physical map, and we put it on the den, on the floor and on the rug in the room, and we put it down and we grabbed some push pens, and I was with 2 of my really good friends from high school, and we were looking at the map and we were identifying cities where potentially there might be opportunities in the sports space. And we just started putting these pins in cities spread across the map and all across the floor. And I put a push pin in Atlanta, Georgia, because the Olympics were coming, the Super Bowl was coming, there's sports teams, pro teams. So I put a pin in there. And so this would be my big move. My sense of adventure, though, by the way, was very quickly replaced by a reality. I was sleeping on my friend's couch in a really big city. That certainly sounded really glamorous when I was sitting on the den in my house, but it was only so glamorous for a hot second. And then it certainly got a little bit hard. But what I knew was that if I was curious, that it could create chances for me. That if I was curious, it might create choices for me. So I'll rewind the tape a bit. I'm backing out of the driveway at my house in Michigan because I've decided to make Atlanta a spot that I'm going to try to lay some roots and find a job. So I teach tennis all summer in Lansing, Michigan. I had played tennis in college and had taught a bit. So I taught to make money in order to fund the move to Atlanta. And by the end of the summer, I had about $2,000. I get in my beat up little Honda Accord. I'm backing out of the driveway of the house that I grew up in. I look up at the top of the driveway and I see my mom and dad, and we're really close. And I see my mom kind of tearing up a little bit. And then I see my dad look at her, and he's like totally disgusted, like legit disgusted. He can't believe that she's crying. But I'm the youngest of 3 kids moving 750 miles away with no job and $2,000, and I'm going to sleep on my friend's couch. I see her tearing up, and then I see my dad look at her, and he says, I could read his lips. He goes, really? Really? He said, she's going to be back here in 2 weeks. And so I back out of the driveway. I get down to Atlanta like a day and a half later. I've got about $1,600. I wake up on my friend's couch. My coach from college had given me the names of 3 tennis pros in Atlanta on this little yellow sticky note. I wake up that first morning at my friend's little apartment, and I called this first tennis pro on my list. I get him on the phone, and we're sort of chatting. He was a very nice guy, and I was being a little bit curious. And as I was asking him questions and connecting, he said, Molly, I don't know if you know this yet. He said, but let me tell you something. In Atlanta, tennis is huge. He said, people teach tennis at apartment complexes in exchange for a little reduction on their rent. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, they teach at the property, and then the property gives them just a little bit off the rent every month. And then he sort of paused, and he goes, actually, Molly, a really good buddy of mine, great guy. He said he just got engaged. He's getting married. He teaches tennis at an apartment complex near you. That place is about to need a tennis pro. But here's the thing. I don't think he's told the manager that he's getting married and moving out. He said, you want to go check that place out. I get in my little car. I drive over to the apartment complex, walk in, and the manager was there, thankfully. And I introduced myself, asked if they had a tennis pro and a tennis court. She said, oh yeah, we have a court, we have a pro. He's amazing. He's awesome. She said, he's been here forever. She sort of starts pitching me on living there. And I said, no, here's the thing. I said, if I played tennis, I taught, I said, if for any reason the pro was to leave, I would love to talk to you about teaching tennis here. And I handed her my homemade, totally bootleg business card, candidly, and I hand it to her. I get in my car and I'm driving back to my friends. Obviously, she didn't know that the pro was about to leave. As I'm driving, I look across the street, pretty close. I see this little pizza place in a strip mall that's called Pero's Pizza. Pulled up my car because I thought, what the heck, right? Because I'm grinding at this point, right? So I pull up and I said, I walked in, I said, hey, is Mr. or Mrs. Pero here? Pretty solid guess, right? Pero's Pizza. Out comes Mr. Pero, and I said, Mr. Pero? He said, yes. I said, hey, sir, I'm just curious. You know that apartment complex over there? He goes, yeah. I said, there's like 1,100 units. He said, yeah. Do you sell a lot of pizza, over there, Mr. Pero? He goes, gosh, I guess maybe a little bit, but I don't know. I said, Mr. Pero, there's 1,100 people over there. I bet they'd love a, $15 or $20 dinner. He said, yeah, totally. I said, what if we did something where, let's say once a month, you give me 15 pizzas for free. I'll give them to people that come to the tennis clinic over there. If you give me a coupon, I'll take the coupon, I'll stuff it in the newsletter that they deliver to the front door of every one of those apartments at the first of every month. He said, you'll stuff the coupon in the newsletter? I said, totally. He goes, I love it. I said, sweet. I said, here's the thing. I don't actually have a deal over there yet, Mr. Pero, but I am right there. So can you keep this between us? He goes, totally, but I like it. I get in my car, I'm driving back. I called my buddy at Wilson Sporting Goods who had given me my gear when I played college tennis at Michigan State. And I said, hey, buddy, can you send me goodies like water bottles, keychains, t-shirts from Wilson? I'll give them to people at this tennis clinic where I'm trying to get a deal to teach at an apartment complex. Very kind of him. He said, you bet. Very nice. He sends that down. The next morning, I grabbed these tennis tips that I had written previously for a magazine back home, and I thought, God, we could put these in the newsletter too and inspire people about the community. Print those tips. 1:15, my box comes in from my buddy at Wilson. Cool, I get it, grab it, get in my car, drive over to the apartment complex, walked in. I got my tennis tips on top of my box of Wilson stuff, and the manager was there. I said, hey, I'm Molly. I came by the other day. I just wanted to drop off. And before I could finish, she goes, oh my gosh, you aren't going to believe this. I said, what's it? She said, this is crazy. She said, our tennis pro came in this morning. He's getting married and moving out. The timing. She said, we actually need a tennis pro. And I was like, wow, this is awesome. I said, I was just dropping off this box of stuff from Wilson and these tennis tips. We could put them in the newsletter. She goes, this is really, really cool. Wow, I love this. And I go, yeah, this is great. And I said, well, how did it work with the pro? She said, well, the rent is $850. We gave him $500 off the rent every single month. And I go, all right. And she goes, he would just write us a check for the difference of $350 at the beginning of the month. And I go, okay, got it. And she said he would just teach tennis every Tuesday night for an hour and a half to anybody that lives here that wants to come to the clinics. And I go, cool. And I said, hey, have you ever by any chance, that place across the street, it's called Pero's, it's a pizza place. These guys are really cool. And I sort of walk her through that. They'll give us free pizza. I'll stuff the coupon. She goes, this is so cool. Wow, I got to tell you. And I said, yeah, but here's the thing. This whole $850, $500, write a check for the difference thing. She goes, yeah. I said, what if we just waive it? She goes, what? I said, let's just waive it. I'll move in, we could kind of keep the momentum going. She goes, well, I got to go back and call my boss and see if we can even do that. And I'm standing there thinking, I'm good, right? I have no job. She walks back, she comes out 10 minutes later and says, look, I got to tell you, I talked to my boss. I told him about this Wilson stuff, these tennis tips, this pizza thing. She goes, you're good to go. In fact, Molly, we'd actually love it you could move in as soon as possible. I lived in that apartment complex, taught tennis every Tuesday night for free for 9 years. Wow. Here's the thing, I tell that story just because curiosity creates chances. It creates choices. At some level, the curiosity that occurred inside of that initial phone call with the pro that my coach had given me the name of. Curiosity allowed me to pull back and anticipate her needs, to pull back and consider what matters most to her and how can I add value. Discovering the gaps, getting in her head and heart to know what mattered most to her, which probably isn't a tennis pro, right? When we can pull back and do this kind of thing daily with the people that we love, with the people that we lead, with the people that we work beside and with the people that we serve. See, at the core, it was about showing her that I was going to be her partner together. I was going to be her wing woman to support her greater mission, which is selling apartments and keeping her community happy, her occupancy at the property up, anticipating, adding value, discovering gaps in her world, getting in her head and heart to know what mattered most to her. See, curiosity, it fends off complacency, the opposite of dynamic drive. Something that can absolutely creep into our lives even and especially when we have found some success. Like have you ever gotten sort of something over the goal line and then you find yourself sort of settling back to old ways, right? Like you close a big sale and then you just, boom, hit cruise control. Or you finish a marathon and you hang up your spikes and you go back to the bonbons. It's easy to do. It's easy to do, right? And see, that's the problem with the traditional definition of drive. And why we need to tap into something that is so much more sustainable, dynamic drive. In our world today, it's all too easy to slip into complacency, letting autopilot, take over and doing just enough, right? Doing just enough. But is that really fulfilling? Right? Is that truly fulfilling? Pursuing and sustaining excellence and finding satisfaction in the hard work required. That's key to fulfillment. I felt really fortunate to interview an incredible college basketball coach, a man who has won more national championships than any other college basketball coach, men's or women's. Geno Auriemma, the head women's coach at UConn. An incredibly successful college coach. He is a tremendous leader. Been doing it a really long time too, by the way, but check this out. Coach Auriemma, he has won 11 national championships. 11 national championships. That's a lot. He's been to 23 Final Fours. 23 Final Fours. And get this, at one point, he had been to 14 consecutive Final Fours, in a row, back to back. That's remarkable. Kind of let that sink in. Right? That level of sustained success is totally insane. And it's not just about getting there. That's the thing about dynamic drive. It's about staying there. And that's what Coach Auriemma has done. So I had to ask him, right? How do you do it, man? How did you do it? How do you do it after all of these years with so much change, with different teams, with different players every year, with injuries, with transfers, with all of the unknowns. And with, by the way, the competition totally circling them on their schedule because they want to take it to them when they get to play such an incredible program and team. And then I said, and Coach, why do you keep doing it? Wow. And I love what he said, because he talked about how it's not about winning. He said, when winning for the sake of winning becomes the only goal, he said, it's not fun anymore. He said, it's not fun anymore. He said, what gets him up every day is the journey, the different obstacles every year, the challenges that he gets to figure out. In other words, it's not just about the drive to achieve, it's about the drive to get better. See, that's the mindset of the best. And it's why you showed up today. Let me be clear. I am not suggesting, by the way, more. I'm talking about better. That's why we're here. That is dynamic drive. Gino talked about how even when things are going great, how he still tinkers and tweaks things, how he reaches out to other coaches, other leaders in other industries to learn how and why they do things. And then he takes that back to his team. That's curiosity. That's the pursuit of better. What am I going to do today to be better than I was yesterday? See, we can all be curious about that. We can all ask ourselves that question. Because here's the deal. Complacency, it is the enemy. It's the enemy of success. Think about it. It is really hard to stay stuck in complacency when we choose curiosity instead. So lastly, as I close out my talk with you, we have to think about how we continue to move forward in this journey of dynamic drive. Like when I talk about dynamic drive and the 7 keys, one of the things that I think is important to notice is that it is not linear, right? Like it is a journey. And with any journey, that means that from time to time, you're gonna fail. You're gonna have setbacks. It would take me months to stand here and tell you all of mine. See, most people think about success and failure as like two ends of a spectrum. No, not at all. Success and failure, they go hand in hand. They're partners. They're building blocks. See, failure, it is integral to succeeding in what you want most. It's part of the process, the journey. I want to share one last story with you. I walked out onto the tennis court to take a lesson from my coach before I was heading to Michigan State to walk on to the tennis team, and I was a full-on walk-on. I had no business making that team at all on paper. And so I get out to the tennis court with my coach, and he says to me, he says, Molly, you really want to make that team, don't you? I said, Coach, man, I do. I really do. And he said, well, here's the thing. I've been watching you. And he said, you're getting too comfortable at the baseline. You're complacent. That was the word he used. He said, Molly, you're complacent back there. Now, the baseline is the last line on the tennis court. He said, you're settling back there. It's like you're waiting for the point to develop, for things to kind of come to you. He said, I want to do something today. I want to play sharks and minnows. He said, so I'm going to feed you balls, and we're going to play out points. And you cannot step back. You can't step back behind that baseline. He said, in fact, if you step behind the baseline, Molly, there's sharks back there, and they'll eat you up, and the point's over. He said, there's minnows up in front, so you're safe there. He said, so here's the deal. I'm going to feed you balls. I want you to step in. I want you to step into every ball. I want you to take it on the rise. I want you to take it early, right? I want you to attack the ball. Go for it. In so many ways, that tennis lesson, it was a metaphor for me for life. It's a metaphor, more importantly, that we can all take into our lives, to step in, to own it, and to go for it. Reflecting back, why was I settling back there at the baseline? Kind of getting complacent. Why was I waiting for everything to come to me? As I reflect back, I had a false sense of security back there. I was comfortable back there. I was I was settling. But the more that I worked on stepping into the net, taking the ball on the rise, going for it, both in practice and in matches, the better I got. It was about getting out of my comfort zone and going for it. Stepping in between the lines of the tennis court ultimately provided me with one of the most rewarding moments of my life. Coming home to tell my incredible parents that I had earned a full ride at Michigan State after joining the team as a long shot walk-on. And that my teammates had selected me as captain. That my parents didn't need to write any more checks to Michigan State. And what an honor it was to serve as captain. You know, that lesson, it was about stepping toward the ball. It gave me, though, in so many ways, the metaphor and the confidence to get off the baseline of my career in moments. It gave me the courage to leave Lansing, Michigan, East Lansing, Michigan, where I grew up, to pursue a career as a sports agent. To go after big name athletes and coaches, to go after Hall of Famers when, by the way, nobody in the room looked like me. It gave me the confidence to create my own seat at the table and ensure that it was there, most importantly, for the next person who walked through those doors. See, dynamic drive, it is the formula for sustained high performance in all areas of our life. Remember, there are 7 keys to dynamic drive, 7 keys to sustaining high performance anchored in purpose. You know, I touched on 2 of those keys today, energy and curiosity. I touched on purpose. You know, there are people from all over the world joining today for Better You Summit, from all walks of life. You are here to leave a little better, to do something maybe a little different when you wake up tomorrow. Dynamic drive isn't about what you achieve, but who you become. So if there are parts of your life where you're playing it small or safe, or are maybe a little dissatisfied, today it can be a turning point because it's inside of you. Step in between the lines into dynamic drive and ignite the joyful pursuit of a better you. All right, now I am so pumped to transition to our next speaker. But first, I think it's important to share this. I want to make sure you know that if you think there's any chance that you might get pulled away for part of the day and miss any part of it, I totally get it, right? Because life happens and life can be dynamic. Just know this, if that could be the case, or if you wanted to rewatch or watch this again, you can upgrade to the VIP package for Better You Summit, which essentially means that you'll have full replay access to all of the Better You Summit videos for an entire year. So you can watch and rewatch whenever you want, alone, with your team, family, kids, you name it. You can also get a free copy of my book, Dynamic Drive, shipped right to your door. VIP members also get a VIP digital workbook with top quotes and key learnings and lessons from all of the speakers today. You get access to a live online implementation session with me where I'm going to walk you through how to apply the lessons from Dynamic Drive into your life and into your career. And you'll get a free action plan that you can download that's an accompaniment for the book. So just click on the VIP upgrade link on this page and go to betteryousummit.com/VIP. This is a pretty awesome bundle of resources that most importantly can help you get the most out of the summit and a whole bunch more. It's $97 for all of this. Now, here's the thing. If upgrading to VIP is not your thing, I totally get it. No worries. you can still just benefit from today's full event online totally free. But I do think this is important to share, that when you upgrade to VIP, proceeds from that go to benefit Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. You know, I share a really personal story, a deeply personal story in my book about the role that Children's Healthcare played in saving my daughter's life, literally, after a tragic accident when she was 6 years old, brain surgery. And Children's Healthcare of Atlanta is 100% the reason that she is here and that she is healed. So it feels remarkably important to support and contribute with this book, with this summit, to Children's Healthcare. And I'm so grateful and will forever be to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. So again, just go to betteryousummit.com/VIP. Damon West is our next speaker, and his story is amazing. At 20 years old, he was the starting quarterback at the University of North Texas when he suffered a career-ending injury. He turned to hardcore drugs to cope with the disappointment of life, and later he was incarcerated. He has amazingly turned his life around, and today he's a college professor, internationally known keynote speaker, and 3-time Wall Street Journal best-selling author. Give it up for Damon West.
Hey everybody, what's going on? My name is Damon West. I'm a keynote speaker and author, and I go around all over the world sharing my story and the message of the coffee bean. So when Molly Fletcher reached out to me and asked me if I would be a part of the Better You Summit, I jumped all over it. Because to be totally transparent, I'm a huge Molly fan. Honestly, y'all, recently we were connected and I did her podcast, and I gotta tell you, I was a little starstruck because I followed her for a long time. A long time. And so I look up to her in so many different ways, and to be here today to share with y'all, it's an honor, it's humbling, it's a great experience. Y'all listen, I go all over the world sharing this story because the message of the coffee bean is about finding opportunity in adversity. Because here's what I know about life. Inside of every adverse, difficult situation in life, there's an opportunity there for you to grow, an opportunity for you to become a better version of you. In fact, I believe the best version of you is on the other side of whatever adversity you face in life. But here's the catch, right? You got to go through that adversity, through that difficult thing in front of you to meet and shake the hand of the man or woman you were always destined to be. This good friend of mine named Ed Milet, Ed says this about adversity. Ed says life doesn't happen to you. Life happens for you. Everything in life, the good and the bad, is happening for you to become a better version of you. But again, we have to go through that difficult thing in front of us, that obstacle that's in front of us, to meet and shake the hand of that man or woman we're always meant to be. So let's start this story off about finding the opportunity in adversity 16 years ago. The date is July 30th, 2008. On July 30th, 2008, I'm in this little rundown apartment in Dallas, Texas. And the guy you see in front of you today is nothing like the guy from 16 years ago. Because 16 years ago, I'm a full-blown meth addict. I'm the head of an organized crime ring. That's it. I'm the boss of a criminal organization at the time. And on that day, July 30th, 2008, I'm about a week away from the time, the week prior, my partner in crime, this guy named Dustin, had just been picked up by the Dallas Police Department. So I could feel the heat closing in on me. I knew the cops were closing in on me. And that day, in that rundown apartment, the Dallas SWAT team comes crashing through the windows, busts through the door, flashbang grenades going off. And when I finally could see and hear again, there's a cop standing over me in full SWAT riot gear, his boot is on my chest, the barrel of an assault rifle digging in my eye socket, and his fingers on the trigger. And he's screaming at the top of his lungs, "Don't move, don't move." And I'm like, man, don't worry, don't worry. And one of the cops came in that day, one of the Dallas SWAT teams, says, we got him. We got the Uptown Burglar. The Uptown Burglar. That's a name I'll live with for the rest of my life. about a dozen other meth addicts and myself, young and old, male and female, black and white, and everything in between, because drugs and addiction do not discriminate. But we indiscriminately and without reservation broke into the homes of dozens and dozens of people in the uptown neighborhood of Dallas and beyond to feed our insatiable meth habits. But on July 30th, 2008, the uptown burglaries came to an end. And it was good that it came to an end, y'all, because I tell people this all the time. I was a bad guy. I didn't ever physically hurt anybody. None of my crimes were violent crimes. In fact, no one was ever home during the burglaries. I never saw my victims. They never saw me. No weapons were used. No one got hurt. But when I broke into people's homes, I didn't just steal property. I stole people's sense of security. And that's something I can't replace for my victims, and I can't give back, and I can't change. So my victims live with that for the rest of their lives. But after 3 years of committing property crimes against the people of Dallas, Texas, the Dallas SWAT team took me down that fateful day on July 30, 2008. But you know, SWAT, they didn't just arrest me that day. They rescued me that day. SWAT pulled me out of a situation in life I could not get myself out of. And I say that because I want you to know that the SWAT teams of life, they come for us in different ways. They don't have to be a real SWAT team. That's not realistic. Most people will never see a real SWAT team in their living room. But a SWAT team can be a divorce, could be a bankruptcy, it could be a lost job. It could be something happened to one of your kids. It could be someone dies, a pet, something happened to one of your pets, right? Those are the days when the SWAT team comes. But when the SWAT team comes, what can be the opportunity in that adversity, right? So I sat in Dallas County Jail for the next year waiting for my day in court, and they finally gave it to me. The trial takes place in 2009, and the trial lasts for a whole week. And after a long 1 week trial, the jury goes to deliberate on my sentence, and they came back with their answer. They brought me back in the courtroom, and the judge read the sentence out loud. He said, Damon Joseph West, for the crime of engaging in organized criminal activity, RICO, you were sentenced to 65 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Y'all, 65 years is a life sentence in the state of Texas. Now, obviously, I didn't do the entire life sentence from inside of a prison, though, right? Because this is not my prison cell. This is actually the recording studio in my home. I made it out. And that's what the story's about, y'all. I did 7 years and 3 months in a maximum security penitentiary in Beaumont, Texas, called the Mark Stiles Unit. And I'm going to take you through the Stiles Unit, y'all. It's one of the toughest prisons in Texas. It's one of the toughest prisons in America. And I can tell you a lot about tough prisons in America. Since I got out of prison 9 years ago, I went back to school. I went and got a master's degree in criminal justice, and I've become a professor at the University of Houston. Get this, teaching a class called Prisons in America. That's right. I'm the only professor on the planet to teach a prisons class at the university who lived in a prison. So I know about tough prisons, y'all. And Stiles is as tough as it gets. So I was doing my time at Stiles. It's 2015 at this point in the story. By 2015, I've become a model inmate. I've become a coffee bean. And I was working the chapel. That was my job in prison. I was a chapel clerk. I'll never forget that day in 2015. Chaplain Vance came in. He was so excited, y'all. He said, West, security's looking for you. They just called your name on the radio. He said, the parole board is here to see you. Now, parole, that's the dream of every man and woman in prison, right? To make parole, to be able to get out early. I know I'm up for parole, y'all, but I don't think I can make that first parole. Not 7 years on life. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do at least 10, maybe 15 years before they let me go home. But I go to the parole office that day. I got a smile on my face. So the lady from parole, she calls me in. She said, Mr. West, have a seat. She said, sit down. She's got my criminal file in front of her. It's about that thick. It's called your jacket. She's flipping through the pages of my jacket for about 20 seconds. She slammed the file shut. She pushed it away. She said, Mr. West, I came here today to ask you one question for your parole hearing. She said, this is a one-question test, Mr. West. And the answer to my question will determine whether or not you go home or you stay in this prison. But the answer to my question isn't in a file about the guy that I'm reading about who committed all those crimes. She goes through my entire life story. This guy that had it all. I grew up in Texas, y'all. Texas high school football under the Friday Night Lights. Star quarterback in my hometown. Division I college football scholarship to play ball at the University of North Texas. By the time I'm 20, I'm a starting quarterback for a Division I team in America. Until that fateful day when I was 20 years old and I got hurt against Texas A&M. My college football career is over and I turned to drugs to deal with the disappointments of life. But I graduated college. I was a functional addict back then. I went off to work in the United States Congress, worked for a guy running for president of the United States. Then in 2004, I moved back to Dallas to be a Wall Street broker for one of the biggest banks in the world, UBS, United Bank of Switzerland. And it was at that job at UBS that another broker introduced me to meth one day when I was sleeping at work. And after the introduction of meth to my system, the wheels came off, y'all. It was the most evil, most destructive, most addictive drug I've ever touched in my life. I smoked it one time. I was instantly hooked just like that. And I could not give everything away faster for that drug because that is what addicts do. People ask me all the time in my life today of living in recovery, what does addiction look like? I'll give you what addiction looks like. Addicts give up their goals to meet their behaviors. That's what addiction is in a nutshell. If you're willing to give up a goal to meet your behavior, you are addicted to something. And addiction comes in many forms, y'all. Food, money, clothing, shopping, sex, gambling, pornography, the internet, Instagram. Addicts give up their goals to meet their behaviors. Driven people, focused people, successful people, they give up bad behaviors to meet goals. So that's the definition of addiction, the people that give it away. And I'm one of them. I gave away my job, my home, my car, my savings account, my family, my tethering to God. In 18 months, I go from working on Wall Street to living on the streets of Dallas. Now I'm homeless. I become a criminal. Breaking into cars, breaking into storage units. Then I start breaking into people's homes. And then I become the quarterback again. Only this time of a bad team. Now I'm the ringleader of a bunch of other meth addicts breaking into people's houses. But it all comes to an end on July 30th, 2008. After 3 years of committing property crimes against the people of Dallas, the Dallas SWAT team arrested me and rescued me that day on July 30th, 2008. So the lady from parole was done going over my story. She said, Mr. West, you had it all and you threw it all away. You became a drug addict, you became a criminal, you became a thief. A jury in Dallas gave you life in prison for the things you did. She said, but instead of letting that license define you, you changed yourself inside this prison, Mr. West. She said, there's no doubt about the change you made to yourself. But what got our attention, the reason why we're here today, is you didn't just change yourself inside this prison. You changed the entire prison around you. One man changed this whole prison. So my question for you is this, Mr. West, and think very hard about the answer because your life depends on it. She said, if you could be remembered for being anything in life, anything at all, she said, tell me what that would be, but give it to me in just one word, go. Y'all, I knew the answer to that question. I'd been living that answer for the last 7 years, and I fired her answer back at her, and I said, ma'am, useful. I just want to be useful. And I can be useful inside this prison, as you've already seen, or I can be useful in the free world finding more coffee beans. November 16th, 2015, I walk out of a Texas prison. But I'm not a free man. You see, I'm on parole for the rest of my life. I'm on parole to the year 2073. But I'm not worried about being on parole because I'm a coffee bean. Let me tell you the story of the coffee bean. So right after I was sentenced to life in prison, back in 2009, I ran into this other inmate in county jail. His name was Muhammad. And Muhammad told me, here's how you're going to survive prison. He said, I want you to understand that life is like a pot of boiling water. You have three choices. Be like a carrot that becomes soft in the boiling water, an egg that becomes hardened by the boiling water, or a coffee bean which changes the pot of boiling water into a pot of coffee. You see, Muhammad told me the coffee bean was the only thing that changed the water because it's a change agent. And the power was inside the coffee bean to change the water around the coffee bean. It was the ultimate message, right? That our worlds are created from the inside out and not the outside in. And he told me, if you can become that coffee bean, you can come back into the best version of yourself possible. In fact, the last words he said to me when the prison bus came to pick me up to serve my life sentence in prison, he said, hey, West, be a coffee bean. Be a coffee bean. The 4 words that changed my life. Because you know what those 4 words did for me? They put the power back inside me. Now, if the power's inside me, it's not the world around me, right? Not the guards, the criminal justice system, the other inmates. It's the ultimate message that your world is created from the inside out and not the outside in. I went to prison, y'all. It was the hardest thing I've ever been through. People love prison stories too, y'all. And I got a lot of prison stories to tell. But let me tell you about prison. most hopeless place I've ever been in, most dangerous place I've ever been in. It would eventually be sports inside that prison that made me whole, because sports is the one thing that brings people together in this country like nothing else can. And when I started playing sports inside that prison, excelling on the rec yard, I finally got a chance to belong. And then I started working on myself. I started developing my rules about being a coffee bean. I'd wake up every day with a great attitude. A buddy of mine named Lee Brower, he says this, he says, big. Go big every day, Damon. Big means begin in gratitude. That's what I would do every day. And then I worked on my rules of being a coffee bean. Like the first rule, have positive body language everywhere you go. Smile. Your smile is powerful, y'all. When people see you smile, they smile back. Another rule about being a coffee bean. Work on yourself every day in 3 different areas: spiritually, mentally, physically. Every day you make the time to work out your mind, your body, and your soul. Because here's the truth about life. You can't give what you don't have. If you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anybody else. Another very important rule about being a coffee bean: servant leadership. Servant leadership is helping other people reach their goals in life, helping to raise everybody up to a different station in life. Because when we're helping other people, that's when we're at our best. That's how we grow as human beings. And perhaps one of my favorite rules about being a coffee bean is that your past does not define you. Your past doesn't matter, y'all. Your past wins, your past losses. Your past is your lesson. You learn from it. You teach other people with it. The present today is a gift, and the future is your motivation. So let me wrap this up with a little motivation for you. Life is a pot of boiling water. You got 3 choices. Be like the carrot that turns soft and mushy and weak, or the egg that becomes hard and mad and mean and angry. Or you choose to be like that coffee bean. And you jump at that pot of boiling water. You say, you know what? Turn it up. I got this. And the longer the coffee bean sits in the pot of boiling water called life, the stronger that pot of coffee is going to be. So my call to action to each and every one of y'all today is the same call to action Muhammad gave me 15 years ago when the prison bus came to Dallas County Jail to pick me up to go serve my life sentence in a Texas maximum security prison. My call to action to you, you go out there and you go be a coffee bean. Be a coffee bean, y'all. Thank you so much for this time today. And Molly, thank you for the opportunity to pour into your audience today. Be a coffee bean.
Thank you, Damon. That was awesome. You always bring it. I love it. Next up, Jamie Kern Lima. Jamie Kern Lima, she is a self-made entrepreneur, champion of women, philanthropist, keynote speaker, and co-founder of IT Cosmetics, a company she started in her living room and sold to L'Oreal for $1.2 billion. Becoming the first female CEO in L'Oreal's 100-year history. Today, she's the host of the new #1 self-help podcast, The Jamie Kern Lima Show. I had a chance to sit down with Jamie Kern Lima to talk Better You Summit. Super cool. Roll the tape. Today, I am so excited, Jamie. I'm joined by an icon, someone that I have admired who is making such a major impact in the world. And Jamie Kern Lima is co-founder of IT Cosmetics, a company that you sold, I know, to L'Oreal for $1.2 billion, with a B, dollars. She's also a New York Times bestselling author of Worthy and Believe It, as well as host of the #1, this is unbelievable, as we just said, in a sea of podcasts, #1 self-improvement podcast, ranked by Apple, The Jamie Kern Lima Show. This is an incredible podcast. We're going to dig into that. But Jamie, welcome, and thanks for taking a second.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for having me. And I know I said this before, but just congratulations on just how much of a force for good you are in the world. And it's an honor to be here and join you and just also support you as well. So thank you for having me.
Of course. So I want to dive in, right? You've created a great deal of success in your life, founding IT Cosmetics, growing it, selling it to L'Oreal, and now launching a New York Times bestselling book and books, and then having the #1 self-improvement podcast on Apple. Jamie, what's your key to creating sustainable success? And how do you create success that is purposeful and fulfilling and meaningful in that pursuit?
Such a powerful question, because I think a lot of us, can drive ourselves so hard and make something happen, and then we end up like, oh wait, did I remember to enjoy it? Or we get in that kind of spiral of like, it's never enough. And so I think the key is like, how do you go after the goals and the dreams that you feel like you're called to do? How do you bring them to fruition and make them actually happen, and then also end up still with a fulfilled life? Because a lot of times, like to your point, those are really hard to all make happen at the same time. And I want to just be super real, and I've never really talked about this before, but I made a lot of mistakes. And actually, as an entrepreneur and as someone building things, there was a number of years in my life where like I did 100-hour weeks. When I'd have a big win, I wouldn't even celebrate it. I would just be relieved and be like, what's next? And keep going and going and going. And, I've definitely gone through burnout. And I think the risk of anyone putting themselves in that spot, because, we live in a culture where sometimes people glorify hustling. But
yes.
I think the risk of hustling is actually that you burn yourself out, and you may actually miss out on the calling you have for your life because you're just freaking tired. And so I think that, I've learned that lesson quite a few times, and I've gotten to a place where, for me in my life, I pray, I get still, I meditate, I ask God, where would you have me go? What would you have me do? And I try to listen to that answer, and I'm going to get granular for a second. I don't think I've ever talked about this, but as every entrepreneur, every person with dreams and goals on their heart, every person like sharing this with us right now who feels like they have a book in them, or they want to, coach and help other people rise higher, whatever it is that's on their heart. I think that in the pursuit of the things that we're called to do, the thing I think has been most key, that I'm really, and Molly, I try to do this every single day. I try to get still, pray, and I try to separate what's my ambition from actually what's my calling. And ambition's beautiful, but I try to make sure I only leverage it when it's attached to things I feel like I'm supposed to do on this earth. And I think in the past, where I got burnt out so easily, and maybe this will speak to someone listening and sharing this with us right now, is I know I'm great at ambition, and I know I can make things happen. I work really, really hard. Never as hard as when I was a Denny's waitress, but still, I work really, really, really hard. And I can make things happen. But just because you can, should you? And I think there's a big difference in going, okay, the world will celebrate me if I launch another billion-dollar business, or I know that I know I'm ambitious enough and want to do that, but is that what I'm really called to do right now? And getting still, and for some people it might be meditation, for me it's prayer. Everyone has a different process with their belief system, but I try to really get still and go, okay, but what am I created for? How am I here to truly serve? And then attach my ambition to those things and trust it. And I feel like we all kind of know what it feels like to be in alignment with our assignment or in flow. And for me, that's like the way to not get burnt out. And so, with launching my most recent book, Worthy, I didn't feel like I wrote it. I felt like it was like this divine download. And with my show, with the launch of the podcast, same thing. And so I think, this is for anybody listening. I think that's really the key to making what you want happen and not burning out in the process, is really knowing, is that truly what I'm here to do, and feeling in alignment with it. And when you know that, then the hard days and the setbacks and the failure and the rejections and the lack of momentum, it's easier to take and be more resilient with when you know, okay, that happened, but also this is my calling, which means it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
I mean, I am erupting with God winks right now. I always call them in service of the fact that I have a book coming out in a couple weeks called Dynamic Drive, which is about alignment in the pursuit of what we're most uniquely positioned to do and who we are most uniquely positioned to serve in the world, to your point, anchored in what our core values are, what our beliefs are, what is our faith, and an alignment with that is such an important thing. And I think, Jamie, it feels like in life, and you sort of touched on this for a minute, we can get so hard in pursuit of unachievement. And what's at risk in that pursuit if it isn't in alignment? And you sort of talked about that, right? We can compromise, can't we? What matters most? We can find ourselves burned out, right? How did you, Jamie, when you realigned, it sounds like, when you were feeling that at some level, this not acknowledgement of the effort, how did you realign? How did you reset your drive, if you will, with alignment with what you were called to do?
Yeah, it is a daily habit, because for anyone who's ever been in that, cycle of I've got to achieve enough to feel enough, or achievement equals love, or, both men and women deal with this a lot. I'm only, significant, and I'm only all the things if I achieve all these things, right? We live in a society where the first thing people say is, "Oh, what do you do for a living?"
Yeah.
And we're almost like trained from a young age that we've got to have a great answer, that then we get a great response and all the things. And if someone says like, "Well, what do you do?" Like, "Oh, I live in alignment." Like they'll just look at us like, right? Because
cool.
I think that's a thing. But for me, it's a daily check on, is what I'm doing really, like, in my gut, in my intuition when I pray, is it really what I'm supposed to be doing? And by the way, I ask that even with the people around me. Like, I pray every day God brings the right people into my life, has the wrong ones leave. We all kind of know what that whisper's like. Just to maybe put this in perspective for anyone listening, we all kind of know what that whisper feels like when you walk in a room and maybe it's new people, or maybe it's people and you just don't feel like, you feel like something's not quite right, or maybe they're not quite your people, or you don't quite feel like you love them, or are loved and belong for who you truly are, or you don't feel that peace. I think we're able to feel that easily, but then when it comes to our own pursuits and ambitions and all the things, it's so easy to silence all that stuff and just go with what the world tells us we need to do, and what we're rewarded for. And so, for me, I grew up, I was adopted. I have 5 families. My parents worked so hard, 5 families through divorce and adoption. It's a whole story. But my parents who raised me, I wouldn't change a thing. Like, I love them more than I could love human beings, just like my kids. And I wouldn't change a thing. And also, they worked so much and so hard, that I kind of learned, like, oh, if I achieve the thing, if I win the thing, if I crush the thing, then they'll show up. And, not realizing where that stemmed from, but for most of my life, I was just so ambitious and actually forgot to do the work of going, wait a minute, I love these things I'm pursuing. And also, they will never be enough if you don't also learn to feel worthy as who you are, exactly as you are. And so, in parallel to this, and just to speak to anyone who maybe knows they have big dreams on their heart and they're making big moves in their, in their field, and they're launching things into the world they're passionate about, and they're, have all these goals and dreams. I think in parallel, doing the work of building your self-worth, of learning to believe you're truly worthy exactly as you are, it's so important. Doing that, a lot of people fear, well, wait a minute, if I believe I'm enough exactly as I am I going to lose all my ambition? And it's like, no, actually, you become more ambitious, because, but in a good way, because when you build your self-worth, right? And let me just take a step back. You cannot out-succeed your level of self-worth. We in life get what we believe we're worthy of. And what I mean by that is, if you, deep down inside don't believe you're worthy of love and belonging exactly as you are, you'll have career success, but you'll sabotage it at a certain level and hit the ceiling that you believe you're worthy of in your career. You'll be attracted to friends that mistreat you or relationships that don't go well. All the things, because they're a reflection of our level of self-worth. When we raise our self-worth, we raise everything around us. And also when we raise our self-worth and our belief that we're enough exactly as we are, which for me is a lifelong journey. It's why I wrote Worthy. It's, why I'm doing the podcast, the Jamie Kern-Lima Show. How do you build your self-worth? But when you do, you become so resilient because you know you're enough. So you become fearless of going after ambitions. You might fall flat on your face. Something might go wrong, but it doesn't matter because you know you're enough as you are. And so you continue. I think building self-worth builds ambition. But if you don't build self-worth, what happens is, and a lot of people are in this spot right now, listening to us right now. This was me actually most of my life. I kept achieving and hitting the next level and the next level, or having a big goal and dream, and I'd arrive at it and be like, why do I still feel like something's missing? Why do I feel like it's not enough? And I thought the solution was, I've got to achieve more. I got to go to the next level, the next level. But that's a perpetual cycle to nowhere if you don't just intuitively know and believe you're worthy as you are. And why it's so important to build self-worth in this journey is then as you're achieving, as you're hitting the next level, you're actually able to be fulfilled and enjoy it when you do. You're not in that like, oh, it's still not enough, I still can't enjoy it. You're in that perpetual, and that leads to burnout on top of it. I want to say one more thing because I don't want to miss saying it. Your book coming out. I just want to call this out, okay? Anybody watching this or listening, please go right now, pre-order or order, depending on when you see this, Molly's book. Write a review. But it's so important you pre-order it or order it, and then share it, post about it, and spread the word. This is so important because a lot of times what I learned is that as an author, I didn't know this before being an author, your pre-orders and your orders when you launch, they matter so much because then when the book does well, you get more promotion, the retailers carry it. Like if Molly has ever added value to your life, please right now go pre-order and order her book, leave a review, post about it, spread the word. It matters so much. And it's such a big deal. So I just want to call that out and also say congratulations as well.
Thank you for that. Wow, that was incredible. And these are such important things to ensure that we live a life without regret, to ensure that our ladder's leaning up against the right wall, and ensure that it's so interesting, right, Jamie? Sometimes you ask somebody, what are you chasing? And they sort of look at you like, what do you mean? And to your point, I think what we're all chasing is fulfillment, joy, impact, and alignment with what we're called to do. And your book is it is magnificent. New York Times bestseller, Jamie, and as you've gone through, thank you for sharing that relative to pre-orders. You have a poem, Jamie, in there. You're not crazy, you're just first.
Yes.
What's that about, and why did you feel called to share that?
Well, for anyone listening to you and me, watching us right now, if you've ever felt like you're odd or strange or different, or you have to kind of like shapeshift or dim your light to fit in, or people don't quite get you, so often, like, the things that we think are odd or strange or different or quirky or wrong with us are actually the things most right with us. And it hit me after years of feeling. I mentioned I have five families, and I always just felt like a little different. Like I would have these big dreams, and I remember sometimes people would say things to me like, "Well, people people who come from places like us, things like that don't happen to us," or "You're crazy." They'd always say, "You're crazy." You're all the things. And one day, and I go into the story of this in Worthy, but one day it hit me. Literally like a light bulb, like that, so bright it burst, that I'm not crazy, I'm just first. Like I'm the first, and every person listening right now, you are the first. You're the first only ever you that's ever been created. First only. First with your DNA, first with your fingerprints, your tongue print, your unique heartbeat, first with the life experiences you've had, the first ever to experience emotions and art and beauty the way that you do. And so when you are one of the brave ones willing to show up in this life or in your business or on your social media or in the pursuit of your goals and dreams as who you actually are, right? Don't be surprised if not everyone gets it, because there's never been another you before. And similarly, I could go off about this for hours. Molly, in my journey of building a cosmetics, I had this vision like for how things could be done differently in the beauty industry. Hundreds and hundreds of no's for years, including people I just like celebrate and to this day do and respect so much. They're these visionaries and experts in the beauty industry, but none of them thought my idea was going to work. And thank God I didn't listen to that. And instead I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm just first, because I'm the first ever
So
only
good.
me, right?
Yes,
First ever
yes.
only me that's going to do this authentically to me. And by the way, because I didn't do what everyone else was doing, even though I would have got approval at the time, even though I would have got into retail stores easier, because I didn't do what everyone else was doing, I created something that was different, and that became valuable. Then L'Oreal, that owns 40 different brands, like they were able to pay all this money, $1.2 billion cash for my brand, because it complemented the 40 others that they have. It didn't do the same thing they do. And so anyone who needs those words today, if someone else is doubting you, if you're not getting momentum out of the gate, if things aren't going your way, if someone doesn't see your value, like, you're not crazy, you're just first. You're the first, only ever you. And remembering that helps you stay, to your point, in alignment with who you're born to be, versus tempted to go, oh, let me show up as my representative because that's what's gonna, I'm the people pleaser in me wants to do that and fit in the room and fit in the, CEO role and fit in the coach role and fit in the, author role. It's like, It's tempting to do that, and it's hard in the short term if some people don't get you or don't believe in you. But your power, your superpower, right, is remembering like, oh, wow, number one, you can't fake authenticity. Number two, while, authenticity alone doesn't automatically guarantee success, inauthenticity guarantees failure. Every time, over time.
So
and when you
good.
see a world showing up as their representative to fit in, you wonder why most people don't make it, right? And so just remember, whenever you're doubting you're enough, or someone else is, you're not crazy, you're just first.
Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Amen on that one, girl. Amen. Your new podcast, the #1 self-improvement podcast on Apple. I mean, congrats. This is, and you've had some amazing guests, Jamie. I mean, Oprah, Robin Roberts. I mean, the list is remarkable, and you just shot out like a cannon, hockey stick growth on this. What, as you have had the opportunity to connect with some incredible people, what's been one of your greatest takeaways from the guests that you've had on so far? Maybe a big learning or lesson to you, and why?
Yeah, well, thank you for that. My intention behind every episode of the Jamie Kern Lima Show podcast is that it sparks revelations in your life, and the person, watching or listening in your life, on building your own self-worth and believing you're enough. And I think that, I just had an episode come out with Hoda Kotb from Today's Show, Robin Roberts from Good Morning America, Oprah, Julianne Hough from Dancing with the Stars. When I think about what's in common, right? Ed Milet, so many different incredible people. Can't wait for Molly Fletcher to be on. It's going to be, amazing people. But I think so far the through line has been every single person talks about the power of, whether it's through faith or intuition, the power of learning to trust themselves. The power of hearing their intuition and trusting it, and how for so many of them it took so long. Hoda Kotb just celebrated her 60th birthday, and she talks about how it was just a few years ago, just a couple, I'm talking a handful of years ago in her 50s, that she learned to truly trust herself. And that's impacted her career. She is at the high of her career right now. It's impacted her love life. She's adopted two beautiful girls in her 50s. She says everything great has started after 50 in her life. And a big part of that is just learning to trust yourself, to believe you're enough, and just to take that next step in alignment with who you truly know you're born to be.
That's so amazing. So for people who haven't and don't have Worthy on their desk, on their bedside table, on their bookshelf, get it and subscribe to the #1 self-improvement podcast out there, Jamie Kern-Lima Show. It's an incredible show and incredible conversations. Jamie, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Congratulations on everything, and thank you.
Wow, Jamie Kern-Lima. Amazing. What a woman. All right, next up, Trent Shelton. 15 years ago, his life took an unexpected turn and he felt like he had nothing to live for. Fear and anxiety became his new normal. But today, he is one of the most respected speakers in the world. And he's developed tools for you to become a better version of yourself. This man is remarkable. All right, Trent, it's all you.
Hey, what's up, my friend? Welcome to the Better You Summit by Molly Fletcher. Molly's a great friend of mine. And so when she asked me to be a part of this, I'm like, yes, I will be a part of this. And listen, I only need 5 minutes of your time. You know, I know you've been getting a lot of information. Hopefully you're applying the information. And I do want to tell you this, I'm proud of you. You might say, Trent, what are you proud of me for? I'm proud of you for showing up. Like, don't discredit yourself. Most people are just watchers. Most people watch everybody, right? Watch everybody do their thing, watch everybody succeed, watch everybody go for it. Most people just wish for a better life, but you are here, so it tells me that you're a worker. You're working on your highest self. You're working on the greatest you. You're working on what I would call being legendary. And I want to tell you right now, before we jump into this, you, my friend, are a choice away from living a legendary life. A legend is just an ordinary person that's extraordinary at something. You think about the most legendary people in your life. They're not celebrities, right? You might admire those people, but they're not celebrities. It's your mom, it's your dad, it's your teacher, it's your coach. It's somebody who was ordinary, an ordinary human being that impacted your life in an extraordinary way. So all you have to do is decide and make a choice to say, you know what, today's the day that I'm gonna go and not turn back. And that's the first phase of success. There's 5 phases of success that I teach on. I'm just gonna talk about 2 today. But phase 1 is making a choice. That's the easy phase. Most people get excited. Most people get the information. Most people say, I am going to go for it. I'm going to start the podcast. I'm going to write the book. I'm going to start the business. I'm going to start whatever it is. And I salute that because there are some people out there who never, ever do it, who never even make the choice. I call it the New Year's mindset, right? New Year's comes around, everything is changing, which is fine. But then, as we all know, and I want to spend a little bit of time on this phase, we come to phase 2. And phase 2 is the most beautiful phase. It's the breakthrough phase. You know, it's the place where you get to a breaking point. And the beautiful thing about a breaking point is you have a choice, right? You can break down, which a lot of people do, or you can break through. You see, there's been this misconception that Greatness Avenue, right? Success Lane is this beautiful place. But what they don't tell you is that the beautiful place that you see on Instagram, you see everybody's highlights, you see year 15, you see the person that's been doing it a long time, you're seeing all this stuff and they're super successful. And you think that that's what you're first gonna experience when you make the choice. And that's far from the truth unless you're some type of unicorn. Greatness Avenue, when you turn on that street, you're gonna see a lot of abandoned buildings. You're gonna see a lot of unfinished business. You're gonna see people who quit because they met resistance, because they met what was real in the journey, because they met the process and they thought the process was supposed to be sunshine and rainbows. But the process is hard work. The process is going through failing moments, but decide not to quit. So you're not a failure. You're only failing when you quit. I mean, you're only a failure when you quit, right? It's starting something and not getting the result immediately, but you stick with it. And that's why when you turn on Greatness Avenue, you see a lot of abandoned buildings. You see a lot of trash everywhere. The road is paved at that point of the journey with failure, with mistakes, with potholes, with ditches. It's ugly. And most people stop there. And this is the place where everything changes for you if you decide to endure, if you decide to persevere. But those that I know that persevere, they have a deep-rooted reason. So the question I want to ask you right now, and I know you heard this question before, but I want to ask you this question right now, like, what you doing it for? Because if you're not clear on that, if you don't have a deep-rooted reason, I promise you, your foundation will break. If your foundation isn't strong, I promise you, you will throw in the towel and you will leave a lot of unfinished business. I want you to finish. You know, phase 2, this resistance phase, it grows something inside of you that no perfection, no perfect day, no perfect moment, no smooth sailing could ever grow in you. You know, as they tell you, anything worth building, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. This phase is like climbing the mountain. Climbing the mountain sucks. And most people, as they start to climb this mountain and that incline gets steep and that heart rate gets jumping, you get tired, most people climb back down and then they go find something else. They go back to phase 1 and make a choice to do something else. And they live their whole entire life between phase 1 and phase 2. The only way you get to phase 3, which is momentum, the only way you get to phase 3 is that you endure the climb. You endure the challenge. You say, you know what? I'm at this breaking point, but instead of breaking down, I'm going to break through because I know my future holds my best. I know what's waiting for me. I know as I go down Greatness Avenue and get past all this unfinished business, all these abandoned houses, I'm going to start to see the mansions. I'm going to start to see finished business. I'm going to start to see the road that's paved with gold. I'm going to start to see the road that's paved, that's just beautiful. I'm going to start to see the beautiful neighborhoods. I'm going to start to see it because these are the people that persevered. These are the people that really put some work into it. This is the people that really have their heart into it. And these are the people that aren't quitters, the people who decided to finish. And so I want to challenge you, okay? If you want this to be your life, coming from a person that's been doing this for 15 years, one of the top speakers in the world, one of the most followed speakers in the world, 16 million people across the globe. I'm not saying these things because I think they sound motivational. I'm saying these things because it's real. If you want to make a tremendous impact in the world, you got to be able to take and understand resistance. Resistance isn't there to break you. Resistance is there to build you. But like I always tell you, it all starts with you. That's how you become a better you. My name is Trent Shelton. I appreciate you. Let's get it.
Wow, Trent, that was awesome. Such wisdom, such awesome ideas. Protect your peace. I love that. So consider this. What's the one thing that you can take from maybe each of the speakers that you've heard so far today to deploy in your life? Like the one thing that you heard and you thought, wow, cool, yes, I'm not crazy, I'm just first. Or the idea of changing our views on obstacles, that they're actually opportunities. You know, in Dynamic Drive, I unpack mindset with data and research in service of helping you shift in little and in big moments. And I'll share a little bit more about that at the end. Remember, by the way, you can upgrade to VIP for Better You Summit, which essentially means that you'll get full replay access and tons more, including, by the way, my latest book, Dynamic Drive, shipped right to you. Go to betteryousummit.com/VIP. Or you can get Dynamic Drive on Amazon, pre-order on Amazon like Jamie so kindly shared, or do absolutely nothing and just soak all of this awesome content in for a better you, which is absolutely fabulous too. All right, our next speaker, Greg McKeown, he is up next. Greg has written two New York Times bestsellers, Essentialism, The Disciplined Pursuit of Less, and he's written Effortless, Make It Easy to Do What Matters Most. He is one of the most sought-after public speakers globally and has spoken to over 500 companies while traveling to more than 40 countries. All right, Greg, what a treat to have you with us. It's all you, Greg.
Thank you, Molly, and welcome everybody. It's such a pleasure to be with the Better You Summit. I want to share with you something today that I think can make an immediate and positive difference in your life. But first, let me ask 2 questions that put this into context. Question 1. Do you want to achieve way better results in terms of quality and quantity? Let's call that 10x results. Do you want that? Is that important? Well, of course it is. Otherwise, why are you even at the summit? Why are you investing in this way? But here's the second question. Can you make 10 times the effort that you've made in the past? Can you work 10 times harder? That's not so sure. So let's assume that your answer is a clear yes to the first and maybe even a clear no to the second. Well, if you put those 2 questions together, you have what I like to call the 10x dilemma. That is, if you just try to 10x your effort in order to get your 10x results, you don't achieve it and then you're exhausted. What happens is you burn out on your way towards it and you still don't achieve the goal. What I want to share with you today is some actionable advice for how you can break through to that next level, but without burning out. So let's get to it. Let me share with you a story. Go with me to the 1850s, when the exciting adventure that had captured everybody's imagination was what came known to be called the race to the poles. Now, this was the question, who will get to the South Pole first, because nobody in all of recorded history had ever done it. Not the British Empire, the Navy with all of its prowess, not with the Norwegians over thousands of years of traversing the world. No one had ever managed to get there. And many teams, especially around this time, were trying to get there and failing in their journey. Then you come to this moment where 2 teams set out almost at exactly the same day to race to see if either of them can get there. And one is a British team, one is a Norwegian team. The British team, the expedition leader, has this idea in his mind, and the idea is maximum effort equals maximum results. Well, if you have that mindset, how would you approach this race? Well, day 1, you're going to go as far and fast as you possibly can. If you can go 50 miles, you'll do that. Day 2, the same. Day 3, the same. And that's just what they did. But then they get to a day when they have particularly bad weather. And on that day, they just simply don't have anything left in the tank. They're so exhausted. They're so already burned out that as they start to try and make the journey, they can make almost not an inch of progress. So they just set up camp again, and they have to stay in the tent, and they just have to wait out this weather, and they're bemoaning the whole thing. Could anybody make progress in weather like this? But as it turns out, one team could. The Norwegian leader had a different mindset. His mindset's more analogous to the idea of optimal effort equals maximum results. Now, he'd learned this by working with the indigenous people in Antarctica, who taught him that really living there and thriving in that environment is all about the management of sweat. And that sort of seems like an unusual insight in a way, but if you want to survive there, you can't just be sweating constantly because you'll freeze and because you won't be able to cope with the extremity of your environment. And so they taught him this paradoxical or at least counterintuitive idea. And so he translated that idea in this way. We're going to go 15 miles a day. Day 1, they could go far further than that, but they stopped at 15. Day 2, the same. Day 3, the same. The first bad weather day, the really bad weather day, they still went 15 miles. They had enough energy, they had enough resources to be able to challenge themselves to continue at the same pace. So they didn't have this, let's say, boom and bust approach to execution that the British team had accidentally created for themselves. They didn't have the exhausted self-flagellation while they're in the tents. Oh my goodness, what's going on? They didn't have any of that. They had that most motivating sensation of all, meaningful progress, day in and day out, consistency. But then the Norwegian team came within 45 miles of the South Pole. Now, to complicate matters, it's perfect weather, it's perfect sledding conditions, almost entirely flat, and they don't know where the British team is. So for all they know, the British team is ahead of them, not behind them. So if they violate this rule, just this once, they can make it to the South Pole in one day. Now the question I put to you is, what would you do? You know, let's be honest about it. What would you do? Would you pace? Would you push? Now, I want to admit that even though I know both the outcome of the story, the case study, and despite writing Effortless and also before that Essentialism, if I'm honest, I think I would have pushed. But the expedition leader is consistent in his conviction, his sense of what it takes to win in this kind of environment. And so they average 15 miles a day. It takes them 3 more days to get to the South Pole. Well, when they get there, they're the first in all of recorded history to do it. They beat the British team by more than 20 days. Now that's outrageous. I mean, that shouldn't happen. For insecure overachievers, I'm not saying you are one or that I'm one, but you know, when you're at a summit like this and when you invest in this way, you know, there might be a little of that, a little more of that in us than we even want to admit. We have an idea sometimes inside of us that says 100% effort, 110% effort, you know, 150% effort. I don't even know what these things mean. It's like there's some, you know, bad 1980s motivational speaker, you know, in our mind screaming at us that that's the only way that we can be successful. So we've, you know, when you come across a story like this, it just seems almost impossible to absorb in a sense. It's like, well, what does that mean? How can you make so much more progress using a different strategy? I'm going to come back to that in a moment, but let me just speak to the second half of the journey, because the Norwegian team still has to make it the 15,000-mile journey home to Norway. That's a non-trivial part of the story. You can't just get there first. That's an achievement, but of course, literally, your life is at stake and you need to get all the way home. And they do. They're able to make that journey back. The British team do make it to the South Pole. They're exhausted, they're burned out, they're demoralized, and tragically, they all die on what would have been the journey home. What is the point of this story? The point of the story is that there is a different path to high performance without burning out. And that different path is the 85% rule. The 85% rule is a shorthand for the idea that there is an optimal level of effort. And it's not in the red brain, burned out, exhausted, 24/7, hustle culture, never stop, sacrifice everything that matters to you in order to be able to achieve success. Those are short-term. To whatever extent they're effective, they are short-term. They cost us the things that actually matter most in the long run. They cost us our health. They cost us our most essential relationships. And very often they don't even help us achieve the objectives that we're sacrificing all of those other things for. They are, let's say, a fool's bargain. And so what I want to do is suggest that the way out is to find a better, simpler, easier path. And I just want to say a word here about this idea of easy. Easy is not the same as lazy. That's literally true. Lazy means not being willing to put in effort. Are you not willing to put in effort? I think I've knocked this whole camera here. Are you not willing to put in effort? Of course you're willing to put in effort. That's not the point. So then you're not lazy. Easy means something doesn't require effort. And that is something worth thinking about. To try to find those strategies and paths in life that give you a high return on effort. That is, we know about ROI, return on investment, but this is ROE, return on effort. To find paths that enable you to achieve the results that matter most to you, but in a way that actually is sustainable so that you can be consistent in it. And one of the ideas behind that is to be able to have not just a lower bound effort every day, but an upper bound. And that's the counterintuitive part. It's the 15-mile march. Now, let me say this. I keep knocking this video here. That's not very fun for anybody. Now, here's an interesting part. If you go back and read the biography called Race to the Poles, the biographer of this Norwegian success writes something. As I'm reading through it, I just could not believe what he wrote. He said, this team, this Norwegian team, continued to make progress, and these are his exact words, without particular effort. I think that's outrageous. What a thing to write! Of the thing that is considered at the time the most arduous physical journey on earth, he says that they were making progress without particular effort. Now, I'm not saying there was no effort involved. That's just silly. That's not what he's saying. But he is also saying that the characteristic of their progress was not defined by, symbolically pounding on doors, bloody knuckles, sacrificing soul and health and life and relationship and limb. That's not how it worked for them. And that is also a good parallel for you in the long journey of success. There and back again, so to speak. Because you just don't know what the big challenges are ahead. And so if you max out today, you have nothing left with which to deal with tomorrow. Let me give you a very specific way that you can do something about this. I call it identifying your done for the day list. And also, combined with it, a done for the day time. So that instead of just constantly being in go motion 24/7, constantly, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you're still working and doing and acting, and your function, your executive function is so depleted by this point, and then you're up at 1 a.m, scrolling through Zillow or whatever, looking at houses you have no interest in buying because you're trying to get some rest back in you, and this is the mechanism for doing it, and then that affects the quality of your sleep, and so then you're waking up the next morning and you're depleted already, and that affects your ability to discern what you should and shouldn't be doing and how to set boundaries and all of the rest of it. So it's a cycle of exhaustion, a cycle of burnout and of underperformance, because you can both be overworked and underutilized. So let me give you the antidote, an antidote as best as I can describe it. If you will take the first 30 minutes of your day, I'm going to call it your power half an hour, to do the following, and to do it consistently, I haven't any hesitancy in telling you that it will improve both the the direction and trajectory of your life, and your relationships and health, by the way, too. So that's a pretty good combination. Here's what you do. The first 30 minutes, the power half an hour. Don't get on your phone, don't get pulled into social media of choice and your email inbox constantly and all those inputs. What instead you do, you take 30 minutes to do the following. You follow their structure. What, so what, now what? With paper and pen, you just do a download at first. That's the what. What's going on with your life? You know, it can just be anything at first. It could just be just whatever you're thinking about, any open loose ends, all that noise that's in your head first thing in the morning. Just get it out so you can start looking at it. Then number 2, you say, so what? What does that mean? What does all of that you've just written down, that you get to look at now from a distance, separate from the noise in your head, what does it mean? What's the headline, the news, the piece of news in your life? Does it mean you're doing too much? Does it mean, oh, there's a particular thing that really stands out to me that must be done today? Does it mean, my goodness, I need to take a break today? Well, what's the meaning in all of that download? That's so what. And then you move to now what. And I want to describe a very specific daily process you can follow. I call it the 1, 2, 3 method. So when you say, okay, now what do I do about this? These are the 3 things to do. 1 is, what's the most essential thing you need to get done today? That is, what is the priority project? Because the word priority came into the English language in the 1400s and it was singular. That is, what's the most, for 500 years, people didn't use the term priorities. It meant the very first or priorest thing. And so it was in the middle of the Industrial Revolution, somebody said, well, let's have many priorities. And haven't you yourself been to a meeting where somebody said, with no sense of irony at all, here are my 39 priorities? Well, each day when you're planning, you want to try to identify the priority. Number 2 is to write 2 things that are essential and urgent. Now, that's not the priority project for the day, but these things have pressure attached to them. So you want to be able to do them before they, cause extreme strain to you. So that's number 2 in the process. And then number 3 is 3 things that are maintenance items. They don't seem very urgent today, but if you don't do them today, tomorrow and the next day will become harder and harder. And so you want to do them so that your life is in good functioning order. So that's the 1, 2, 3 method. 1 thing that's essential, the priority, 2 things that are essential and urgent, and 3 things that are just maintenance items to be able to make your path into the future easier than they otherwise would be. Well, that to me, once you've created that becomes your done for the day list. When you've completed those items, you're done. You don't keep going on into the late hours, you don't go on into the early morning, because you need to be able to be in an optimal state tomorrow, to be able to discern again, to be able to work out what you need to do and how you need to make progress. You can think of this little actionable item as a sort of trim tab for your life. On these massive ships, they have rudders that can be 2 or 3 stories high. So they have a smaller rudder that moves the larger rudder that moves the ship. That's what the Power Half an Hour can be for you. It's the smaller rudder that moves the larger rudder that moves the rudder of your life. Both the quantity of the results you get in your life and the quality of the life. Both the achievement goals and also the intimacy and connection goals of relationships. That is what it means to achieve 10x results anyway. And that is one very specific tool that you can use immediately to be able to break through to the next level, but without burning out. This is why I wrote Effortless. I wrote Effortless for you, because I know just what it is to be an insecure overachiever. And I know that what you're doing matters. I wrote Essentialism to be focused on figuring out the right thing to do. I wrote Effortless so that we could figure out together how to do it in the right way. Essentialism is focus. Effortless is simplicity. If you want to be able to just immediately start putting all of this into action, you are able to get a specific tool that I've created for you for free. You can just go to gregmckeown.com and sign up there. It takes you 10 seconds. It's the less but better course that will help you to reintroduce these ideas and to be able to help you take action on them. So you just gregmckeown.com, and I hope that you find it valuable, useful, and an antidote to the burnout and exhaustion that so often goes with a high achievement ethic. With that, thank you, really. That's what I've been thinking about as I've been thinking about you.
Next up is a dear friend of mine, Kat Cole. She's our next speaker, and Kat is the CEO of AG1, a global health company that's focused on foundational nutrition. Kat is a seasoned business leader and sought-after advisor with more than 20 years of operational brand and executive leadership experience. Kat also serves on the board of Slice and Milk Bar, and she has been a young global leader of the World Economic Forum and a member of United Nations Global Entrepreneurs Council. And, yes, and named to Fortune's annual 40 Under 40 list. Kat, it is always awesome to see you. It's all you, girl.
Hi, I'm Kat Cole, CEO of AG1, the daily health drink and foundational nutrition product that supports nutrients and gut health and that has been supporting millions on their health ownership journey over 14 years. And while I'm incredibly passionate about nutrition and health and wellness, I'm not here today to talk to you about that. Although you should take care of yourself and prioritize your health and start your day with healthy habits. I am here to share lessons from unexpected places. Lessons in leadership, change, and transformation that I've learned from various points in my life. And while we don't have a lot of time together, I want to share the hits, some of the techniques and practices that I've used for decades to help me evolve as a person, show up as a better leader, think creatively in my business, solve problems, make tough decisions, and in general, learn to be a continually better person over time. So instead of talking about my business today, I want to share a little bit of the journey of how I got here. And many of these lessons in leadership come from the early years. So I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida. I am the oldest of 3 girls. I am the child of a single parent, someone who was an alcoholic father, and learned many lessons from the early years where my mom made the courageous decision to leave our dad when I was 9 years old and my sisters were 6 and 3. So when I was 9, my mom came to me and said, "That's it, I'm done, we're leaving." And what she meant was we were leaving my father. My father was and is a very good man, but at the time, he was a terrible husband and father, an alcoholic, and it had been incredibly difficult on my mom. So at the age of 9, she decided that it was time for us to go. And even though she struggled with that decision, this big change, this big life transformation, when she told me, I remember thinking, what took you so long? At the age of 9. I wasn't upset. I wasn't sad. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know I could do anything about it. And as I reflect on those early years, and connect what I observed and absorbed and experienced as a child to the way I navigate the world today, this is one of my earlier memories where I realized that my mom knew that only she could make the decision, only she could connect the dots. And so she did something without really knowing how it was going to play out. She didn't have access to resources. Her family was poor on both sides of the family. She didn't really have the answers. She had an entry-level job. She didn't have a lot of income. And so financial security was a question. But she ended up making the decision that was best for her and best for her girls, best for the family, and ultimately best for my father, so he could go down his own path and eventually get better. I realized that there are two things that in any situation, the people who are close to the action, in this case, the little girl, in the case of a business, maybe a customer service person or a salesperson or frontline workers, there are two things that the people who are close to the action don't have that leaders do. The first is they lack the language to articulate the scaled problem or a scalable solution, and they lack the authority to do something about it, even if they could articulate the problem and solution. Leaders have both of those. Leaders have the ability to look across key stakeholders in a situation or people who are affected by a dynamic and see the patterns, especially if you're staying close to those people, you'll see those dots that you need to connect more clearly. And they have the authority to do something about it. And my mom stepped into that responsibility and that moment and that opportunity, and we left. She fed us on a food budget of $10 a week for 3 years. She worked multiple jobs to keep us on our feet. And then life got hard, but it also got better. As I grew up, I started working when I was very young, working in malls when I was 15 and 16, being recruited to be a waitress at Hooters when I was 17 years old. So I became a hostess, then became a waitress when I was 18. I was the first person in my family to get into college. And I thought that was it. I'm going to be a waitress and I'm going to pay my way through college, and then I'm going to go to law school and become an attorney. And during those years of just doing what many people do, work to pay my way, a few very interesting things happened. One, the company I was with, Hooters Restaurants, was growing very quickly, opening restaurants all over the world, and they were looking for employees who had experience, training new hires, helping around the entire restaurant, who knew how to work multiple jobs. They were looking for employees like that to help them open restaurants around the world. I happened to have become an employee like that. When the cooks quit, I went back to help. When the bartender needed to go home, I went back and learned how to work the bar. And all of those opportunities led to me unknowingly knowing how to train and open a restaurant. So when my manager called me and said, hey, the corporate office is looking for recommendations for people to be on a training team to go travel around the world and open franchises, I recommended you. It was because of accumulation of that curiosity and the willingness to help and the desire to be selfish. More jobs, more work meant more money, more income, and more independence. So put those things together, I was an unknowing, qualified candidate for the company to open restaurants around the world. And so at the age of 19, I started traveling around the world to open franchises. And I learned so much about leading teams that I had never met before. I travel to a country, meet a new team, have to build trust, build relationships, and then get a job done in a place I'd never been, sometimes in a language I didn't speak very well, if at all, and in an environment that was set up differently each time. Every restaurant, the electricity, the layout, the menu, everything was slightly different in each location. And so I learned to do a consistent job in different locations with different teams over and over and over. And the way I learned to do that was to build trust by demonstrating vulnerability, getting to know people, holding high standards, and then taking feedback very seriously and learning and iterating over and over to make every opening better and to make improvements real time on site. And those were muscles of continuous improvement and taking feedback that I built from a very young age that still serve me today in boardrooms and with global teams. So I traveled around the world, opened restaurants. The company continued to grow, and I was offered an opportunity to interview for a job when I was 20 years old to go work in the corporate office. And I was offered that job and took that job. And so at the age of 20, moved to Atlanta, became the head of employee training for Hooters Restaurants. And to make a long and interesting part of the story, very short, by the time I was 26, I was one of the vice presidents in that company. We were doing hundreds of millions in annual revenue. And eventually, after a total of 14 years, it was time for me to move on. And I went on to my next adventure, joining Focus Brands to be president of Cinnabon. I joined Cinnabon at the heart of the recession. It was incredibly difficult, but I love the brand. I worked in malls. I thought it was cool and amazing and iconic. So I was happy to jump into the challenge. But there were many things that I learned in that chapter where I was turning around a challenged business. One, the leader has to come in and have the vision, whether it's good times or bad times. And the teams just needed someone to believe. There were incredible franchisees, a beloved, iconic product, and a business model that for decades had been quite strong, but the business had not innovated in the way that was required for the modern competitive landscape. And then the recession hit, and macro forces often reveal weaknesses that existed long before they rear their heads in an extreme way. And that's what I was navigating. So some of the lessons I learned there were about staying close to the action. Again, stay close to the action. I did nothing but work in restaurants for 60 days and talking to people and asking people the same questions over and over. I have these 3 questions that I ask when I work with teams to pull out patterns of feedback to help me prioritize. So pull out patterns of feedback to help me prioritize. One question is, what should we stop doing? As humans, we are so good at and. We add. We want to do more. We want to do something different, but we rarely remember to subtract. And so my first question was, what should we stop doing? And I got a list of feedback from team members, managers, and franchisees. My second question is, tell me one thing we should start doing to make the business better. And I got a list. And then the third question is, tell me one thing you would do differently to make the business better if you were me. If you were me, showing respect, what's one thing that you would do differently to make the business better? And I got feedback. And out of all that feedback, there were patterns. There were, of course, people who were like, pay us 300% more, or change the menu and add spaghetti, or, sometimes you get feedback and they're not things you're going to act on. But there are typically patterns. There are answers from people who are close to the action, to the most important questions. And in this case, as a new leader, and you don't have to be new, you can go back with day one energy to your team tomorrow and say, hey, I'd love to be better as a leader. I'd love to listen to you. What's one thing we should stop doing? What's one thing we should start doing? What's one thing you would do differently if you were me to make the business better? And in the case of Cinnabon, what I heard resoundingly was we needed smaller portions, we needed more portable product, and we needed a few lower price points to compete, not just in the recession, but in how the mall environment had evolved. And that feedback drove the innovation for the business for the next few years that unlocked potential. Innovation in the franchise business, innovation in new channels to expand beyond that core model. And the team and I built a set of capabilities that then made sense to share and transfer to other brands in the portfolio. So I moved on and became group president of Focus Brands to launch these innovative channels, expanding into places like grocery, hotels, other channels than the core channel, to drive expansion and innovation and give people a taste of the brand outside of the core in order to drive awareness and interest back to the core. So expand the ecosystem. Sometimes the thing that drives the legacy business forward is something new. It can be scary. People who've been with a business for a while, it can make them nervous. But the reality is sometimes the only way to honor the past is to lean in and shape something different for the future. And I've learned that's true for most of us as people in our personal lives. The only way to truly honor our family, our past, the struggles we've had, is to keep leaning in to be better in the future. The same is true for teams and brands and businesses. I eventually became president and COO of the parent company, managing 9 presidents across multiple divisions, businesses and brands, and multiple channels, and over 60 countries. And it was an incredible time in my life, 10 years at Focus Brands. And I learned a lot there about leading different brands at different stages. And there are some fundamentals of leading humans, respect, holding high standards, making performance expectations clear, centering the customer in everything that you do, making courageous decisions to shape the future of your industry versus just lagging behind others. These are all things we did at Focus Brands and that I got to learn from other team members and lead myself. But then it was time to leave Focus Brands. And at this point, people often ask, how do you know when it's time to go or stay? And I have 2 questions that I ask myself when I am facing an opportunity or I'm reflecting to wonder, am I stuck or should I be doing something differently? And the two questions are, if it's a professional role, one, is my work done here? And sometimes the answer is yes, but you've got to think really hard about that question. Is my work done here? For me, many times over, I stayed in my first big company for 14 years, my second for 10, but I had many different roles in those companies. And so I had many times in that tenure where I could have left. And yet I recommitted by asking this question, is my work done here? And there were moments where the answer to that was just, no, it's not. And that answer meant different things at different times. In some cases, it meant it's really hard and it's frustrating, but I need to find a different and better way to show up. Or there's something particular about this moment in time that I believe I still have not finished. I'm going to look back and feel that it's unfinished. So that's the first question, is my work done here? The second question is, could someone else do it better now for where the company's going in the future? And sometimes the answer to that question is yes. There were many times where I thought, nope, I'm the best person, either because I was the hourly employee and who better to navigate this tough time as an executive at Hooters, or nope, no one better for me to help lead these brands through a tough time of digital transformation when I led brands through channel expansion and innovation several years prior. I will center the franchisee at Focus Brands. I will center the customer. I'll be able to build a team that can expand channels that actually honors the legacy channel. So I recommitted and doubled down on being a leader in that company at that time. But eventually, in several cases, at some moment, the answer to both of those questions was yes. Yes, I believe my work is done here. And yes, I believe someone could do a different and better job now for where the company is going. And it was at those moments that I left and went on to something new. And then I think about frameworks to make these big life decisions. Things like, have I thought about my financial goals and desires? Have I thought about my ego and my affiliations and the things that give me purpose? And have I thought about capabilities? The capabilities I want to showcase and use to add value to a business or to a role or an endeavor, and the capabilities I want to learn. So I have a framework, these 3 columns: money, financial, you've got to think about it, be serious about it, own it, and be clear. What do you need? What do you want? What's possible? Get feedback, get mentors, get people to help you shape your financial opportunities and expectations, benchmark. Then another column that is optics, affiliation, purpose, ego. Do you need to be with a big business or a small business? Do you care if anyone's ever heard of it or not? Is it just about creating livelihood for your family or making an impact on the planet? And so getting clear about what is most important to you in this area will help you blend these things together. And then again, the third column, capabilities. The capabilities where you have objective strengths for you to add value to something. Other people who've worked with you can objectively say these are the things you're good at and where you add value, but then the areas you want to learn and grow, and will a role or an opportunity bring that growth for you? So I use that reflection and framework to help me and others make life changes or life decisions, and make sure when you're making these big decisions, you're always grounding in your values. They may evolve slightly over time, especially through life stages. And then finally, I left Focus Brands, took some time off to just advise and invest and help other companies. And that's when I got connected to AG1, then called Athletic Greens. I had been on my own nutrition, health, and wellness journey, gotten very serious as a mom at that time of 2 very young kids, and decided to prioritize my health, and that if I worked in any consumer brands in the future, they were going to be about healthfulness, about health and wellness. And I didn't know if it would be in the physical health space, the fitness space, healthy food and beverage, or mental health. But I knew it would be truly about health, not just fun for you or better for you brands. When I was at Focus Brands, we had brands like Jamba and Moe's Southwest Grill and McAllister's Deli, where you could eat super healthy or kind of in the middle, or indulge and treat yourself. I was ready to really push the world forward with health and build a business that truly overlapped with how I had evolved to live my life and make my own choices and where I believed the markets were going to go. And so I got connected to then Athletic Greens. I was already a customer, fell in love with the business and the team and the opportunity. And, that was several years ago. And I can say that decision, which was a decision to join a company that was smaller than a company I had worked with in decades, but growing faster, more focused, more simple, and truly a mission-oriented company to drive health, looked crazy from the outside. People are like, you run these big companies. What are you doing going to a smaller company? Or you used to work at Hooters and Cinnabon. Who are you to be at a nutrition company? And that's when I have to call on my muscle and my skills to remember a superpower is to decide about whose opinion you care. Get good at that. Get good at getting clear about whose opinion you care, your customers, your family, yourself, trusted advisors and mentors. You can't please everyone. And in fact, you never will. And if you chase that, it is a sure formula to spread yourself thin and feel like you're not living up. So I got clear about whose opinion do I care? My family, myself. I want to drive healthfulness, even though it's a smaller company. And it felt so good to make that decision. It wasn't small, just smaller. And it was right size, right time, right opportunity. And I have never been in a role where I have felt so fulfilled and challenged and aligned between my personal beliefs, the way I want to purchase products and make life decisions for myself as an individual, as a mom, as a wife, as a friend, as a daughter, as a leader in communities. I've never felt more aligned. And when energy isn't going to having to either justify or make excuses or tell yourself or convince yourself that something is right for right now. It's okay. We all go through those phases. But man, when it is aligned and all your energy is going into building that thing, it's incredibly powerful. And I feel grateful for that. And so through those moments, those chapters in my career, whether Hooters or Focus Brands or now AG1, there's one practice that's helped guide me to make sure I'm continually growing. And it's this practice of checking in. And there are a few ways that I check in. One, I have monthly check-ins with my husband and regular check-ins with my team. And I ask these 6 questions, my husband and I ask each other, and then I modify it and create a blended version for my teams. First question, tell me what's been the worst part of the last 30 days. What's been the best part of the last 30 days? And I say 30 days because my husband and I do a monthly check-in, but if it's more frequent than that or less frequent, you can modify. So best and worst. Tell me one thing I can do differently to be a better partner for you. I love that question. What has weighed on you or worried you the most in the last, whatever the time period has been? Sometimes it's a heavy question, but you should go deep and allow someone to share the one thing that when they think back on the time frame has weighed on them the most. What are you most grateful for? What are you most proud of? Those are the 6 questions. That's checking in with someone else. Get on an even playing field. See each other as people. Stay grounded. And if there are areas exposed or discussed in the answers to those questions, do something about it if you can as a partner, whether it's being supportive, simply listening, or if it's something that has to do with you and how you show up in that relationship, take action to be better. Why would we do more work in our businesses and professional endeavors than we would do in our roles at home? So that's checking in with others. Then there's checking in with myself. So every week I practice something called the Hotshot Rule. The Hotshot Rule is simply this. It is a practice where I think about the role I'm in. Mostly it's my professional role, so CEO of AG1, but sometimes it's my role as wife or my role as mother or my role as daughter. I want to get better as a person and how I show up for my loved ones as well. But most often I am practicing this act of reflection and self-coaching for my professional role. So I sit in a quiet place. I think about my role. I think about my team and what I'm navigating. I envision someone I admire, anyone. It doesn't have to be more specific than that. I ask myself, what's one thing that that person would do differently and better to make my business better? So now I've merged 2 worlds. The world I know of my team, yet the fresh day one eyes of someone I admire. And for whatever reason, when I bring those 2 things together. An answer of what I can and should be doing comes to mind immediately. One thing. Next step, I take action on it within 24 hours. I send the email, I book the flight, I put it in motion. And then finally, the next day, so if I practice this on Sundays and I meet with my team on Monday, or whoever is involved in this particular thing, I tell them, I practiced the hot shot rule. I realized there's one thing I should have done but hadn't done and now have put in motion. And it's interesting because every time I finish the last step, which is telling people involved that there's something I could have and should have done, I thought about it and now I've put something in motion. Every time someone reacts with some body language or a sound or a little eye contact with each other, and sometimes words that feel very similar to when my mom told me we were leaving my dad. They look at me and say, "What took you so long?" Or "It's about time," or "Oh, finally." And what that says is the people who are closest to the action, others who are doing the work, know what the right thing to do is long before the leader takes action. And so I don't use the hot shot rule to make myself feel lesser than or small or defeated. It's a motivational exercise. It's an action exercise that helps me do one thing every week that I might not have done as soon or maybe at all to push one more thing forward. Now, over time, when you practice the hot shot rule, it does become a bit of the way you think. So you just start putting more things into action right away, which is a benefit. But it also builds a culture of vulnerability. It helps people feel more comfortable saying like, hey, I really think we should take action on this. And the number of times that I have taken that step and then realized afterward, wow, I can't imagine a world or a week or a team where I wouldn't have made that decision or taken that step. I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad that I pushed myself. So when you practice these exercises, when you ask these questions, stop, start, do differently of a team, or when you check in with someone and ask about what's weighed on you the most, or what's one thing I can do differently to be a better partner for you, or when you reflect and do your own self-coaching, all of these are tools. They're not weapons. They're things to help you act. They're things to help you put things in motion. They are not intended to make you feel small or lesser than, or as someone who's not improving. We all are on a journey. We can and must all grow. And all of that, these techniques, these tools, and these lessons make me think of this idea of permission to change, and a version of a note my mom used to write on my birthday cards, which is, don't forget where you came from, but don't you dare ever let it solely define you. And I'll add, our truth is in our roots. All the things you've experienced, some of the things I just shared, it's our past, but we're all on a journey. We have permission to change. Our truth is our roots, and our truth lies in our roots, but our past is not our anchor. And so just because you did something yesterday doesn't mean you can't do it differently tomorrow. Just because you didn't do something yesterday doesn't mean you can't start tomorrow. Yesterday was probably a better day to start. Today's just as good a one. And people will support you when you show up as a different and better version of yourself. And if they don't, find the people who will. So don't forget where you came from, but don't you dare ever let it solely define you. Thank you very much.
All right, here we go. I am so grateful. Another great friend and an amazing human being as well, Jon Gordon. Jon's a best-selling author of a ton of books, and he talks all over the world and has inspired both his readers and his audiences to stay and be positive amongst so many other thoughtful ideas. His principles have been put to the test by numerous companies, professional and college sports teams, and nonprofits all over the globe. And today, Jon, he is here to inspire all of us. All right, Jon, let's do this. It's all you.
Hey, I'm Jon Gordon. Mental toughness, optimal mental health, and a better you begins with this question. One day you're in traffic and it bothers you. The next day you're in the same traffic and it doesn't. You're in a good mood, or you listen to a podcast and it has no impact on you. Is it the traffic making you feel a certain way? No, because if it was the traffic, you'd feel the same way all the time. This underscores the truth that it's never the circumstance. It's never the event. If you're in sales, it's not. The rejection, because one day the rejection really bothers you and you question whether you should continue in sales and ever do this again. Another day, you're in a different state of mind and you move forward, you move on. You're like, I got this. I'll make this happen. So what is it? If it's not the circumstance, what is it? It's always our state of mind. When your state of mind is low, the circumstance happens and it bothers you. When your state of mind is high, the same circumstance can happen and you rise above. You move forward. You move on. You overcome. What characterizes a low state of mind? A lot of clutter, a lot of thought, a lot of worry and fear, anxiety and doubt. What characterizes a high state of mind? A lot of clarity, a lot of focus, a lot of positivity, a lot of confidence and courage. Okay, so if you understand high state of mind, low state of mind, what should be the next question? How do we get to a higher state of mind? Well, to begin with, we have to understand, though, that negative thoughts lower our state of mind. Have you noticed that overthinking is always associated with negative thoughts? We never say, I have too many positive thoughts. Like, I'm just too positive today. No one lays in bed at night, awake all night with thoughts racing, thinking about how awesome their life is, how amazing things are just happening. No, we're always thinking and overthinking in terms of negative thoughts. Negative thoughts create clutter. 2 circles, 1 circle, 3 dots, another circle, 1,000 dots. Which mind will perform at a higher level? Which mind will feel more confident, more peace, more power? Of course, the one with 3 dots, less clutter, more clarity, more focus, more power. Negative thoughts create the clutter. Did you know that the root for the Greek word of anxious means to separate and divide? Think about this. Negative thoughts separate and divide us. They make us feel weak and powerless. Fear divides. We have the doubts that come in. We have discouragement. We have distortions, which are negative thoughts and lies that will tell you things about yourself and your future that just aren't true. We have distractions, and then we have division. And so often these negative thoughts create division in our mind. This makes even more sense when you understand that all mental health disorders report feelings of isolation, disconnection, and feeling separate. It also makes sense when you look at the term schizophrenia, means split mind. Bipolar, 2 poles, separation. We know that when you experience trauma, there's a neurological separation that happens in your brain. It's a disconnection. Think about that. We lose power when there's disconnection. I woke up yesterday morning to no power in my house. There was a power outage. I thought the grid had been shut down. I was like, okay, it begins right now. And then an hour later, the power came on, thankfully, and I found out there was an accident in my neighborhood. Someone hit a transformer. That caused a disconnection. And in that disconnection, there was no power. Negative thoughts create a disconnection. Fear creates a disconnection. A low state of mind is a disconnected mind, and that leads to poor mental health, a lack of mental toughness, a ton of anxiety and fear and discouragement. I was talking to a 16-year-old about 2 years ago, and he was struggling with suicidal thoughts. He was in the ER 2 nights before we talked. And I said to him, do you have a lot of negative thoughts in your head? He said, oh, so many. I said, do those negative thoughts attack you? Do they bombard you? He said, all the time. I explained to him that negative thoughts are lies. Negative thoughts are not truth. I told him that negative thoughts are not coming from you. How do you know? Who would ever choose to have a negative thought? Would you ever choose a negative thought? No, you wouldn't. They're not coming from you. No one has ever found a thought inside of a brain. And when you're dreaming, having a nightmare, are you choosing those thoughts? No. Negative thoughts are always coming in. They come from a spiritual place, and they are negative, and they create clutter, and they lower our state of mind, and they create a disconnection and a division. I share about this in The One Truth, and I talk about this young man in that book as well. So here's the thing. Once I told him this, things began to shift. And then I helped him understand that he was a hero in his own epic story. You are as well. You are a hero in your own epic story. We all are. And every hero must overcome what in every major epic movie? Negativity, a villain, conflict, adversity. And you must do so with what? With positivity, with belief, with faith. Every hero must overcome negativity with positivity to create their future and then become someone who can save the lives of others, who can impact others, who can make a greater difference. This is the battle that every one of us will go on in our journey through life. Anyone who is striving for greatness will face the battle of their mind where the negative thoughts are coming in and they are meant to hold you back, to lower your state of mind, to weaken you and make you feel powerless. But once you understand this, just as this young man did, once you understand that this is the journey of life, this is what we must all face, this is the ultimate battle in the universe between positive and negative, then you can realize that you are a hero in your own epic story and you must armor yourself with positivity. And you must understand how these negative thoughts work and how it all works to win the battle. Well, guess what? Once this young man understood that these negative thoughts were not coming from him, he realized that he was beating himself up for the thoughts in his head. See, he was feeling guilt and shame, and he thought he was broken. He thought something was wrong with him. But once he understood that there was nothing wrong with him, that this was part of the journey of life, that he was this hero who had to overcome the negativity, and he was normal, like you all are, like we all are, who deal with this. He won the battle. Called him up just recently, 2 years later. How you doing? Doing great, Mr. Gordon. High state of mind. Even after our conversation, literally the next day, his mom said, "What did you do?" He's fine. The shift happened. See, we have to understand that these negative thoughts are trying to keep us from our destiny and our purpose and our mission. And we have to armor ourselves with the truth. And so if negative thoughts create disconnection, if trauma creates a disconnection, if fear divides, then we have to understand what unites. How do we get connected so we can tap into this power? And it begins with trust to overcome doubt. We must trust. And every time I start to feel this disconnection, this fear, this anxiety, I just begin with a little prayer. I trust. God, I trust in you. I don't have all the answers, but I trust in your plan for my life. You see, so many of us, we don't trust in God. So we try to be God, and this disconnects us from God. And so we feel more and more disconnection as a result of that. The minute you trust, you move towards connection, where fear and doubt moves you towards disconnection. It's all about oneness and separateness. I wrote about this in The One Truth, oneness and separateness. And in this book, I share how to elevate your state of mind, and trust is a big part of that. By the way, if you want 7 ways to elevate your state of mind, just DM me at Instagram at Jon Gordon 11, Jon Gordon 11, and I'll send you 7 ways to elevate your state of mind, or email, if email is easier, info@jongordon.com, jongordon.com, info@jongordon.com. Ask for the 7 ways to elevate your state of mind, and I will send that to you. I can't share them all here. We don't have enough time, but I do want to share with you a few today in addition to trust. Another key is, you probably heard me talk about this a lot if you've listened to me before. It's about talking to yourself. Don't listen to yourself. The best advice I ever heard is from Dr. James Gills. He's the only person on the planet to complete 6 double Ironman triathlons. And how did he do it? He would tell you he talked to himself. Don't listen to himself. 59 years old was the last time he did it. And he literally would just talk to himself on this run instead of listening to those negative thoughts and negative voices. And so must we. As a woman thinks, she becomes. As a man thinks, he becomes. The thoughts you think and the words you say become the reality and the life that you live. The brain is literally an antenna. 86 billion neurons in our brain. Every neuron has a transmitter and receiver on them. And so every day you're tuning into either a positive frequency or a negative frequency. Remember, the negative frequency disconnects connects, it separates. The positive frequency unites and connects. This is why positivity is actually so important. This is why it's essential for our performance, for our strength, for our power, because it connects us. So talk to yourself with words of life. And this is something I did years ago in the peak of my negativity and my misery, and my wife threatened to leave me. I began taking walks of gratitude. I was like, how can I be more positive? And I read you can't be stressed and thankful at the same time. So every day I would walk and I would practice gratitude, and feeling blessed instead of stressed changed my life. Years later, I realized what I was doing, rewiring my brain from negative to positive, tuning into the positive every day, feeling more united and more connected. This also, from a scripture standpoint, makes so much sense when you look at Romans 8:5-6. It says, a mind governed by the flesh leads to death. A mind governed by the spirit leads to life and peace. And I share that with you, not from a religious standpoint. It's actually, when you look at the Bible, it's actually a book of truth, not religion. And you'll find all the prescriptions in there for the solution to the separation. You'll actually find prescriptions for connection. That's the whole point of it, to connect us back to our Creator, because we were never meant to be separate. It was never meant to be an independent relationship. It's actually meant to be a dependent relationship. We were created for connection. And in that connection to our Creator, we actually heal. We become more whole. And through that connection and that union, the power of our Creator starts to move through us, and that power renews us, and it heals us, and it strengthens us. It actually renews our mind. Don't be conformed by the patterns of this world. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind, scripture says. Again, this all makes so much sense when you understand that everything comes down to oneness and separation. Am I separated from myself? Am I separated from others? Am I separated from God? We heal in a loving relationship. Relational psychology tells us that we heal in a loving relationship. That begs the question, can you heal with a stranger? No, has to be a loving relationship. Well, guess what? If God is a stranger, God cannot heal you. It's a personal relationship, not a religion, a personal relationship of love and forgiveness. And the love and forgiveness actually heals the wound that we have, the separation. What is a wound? In our skin, it's a separation. In our mind and our soul, there's a separation that occurs that actually affects then the brain. You begin to heal the mind and the soul with love and forgiveness, and your body and brain actually will heal. How do I know? That's what happened to me. Many years ago, through my struggles, my issues, my pain, my depression, my misery, when my wife threatened to leave, I began to change and began to tune into that positive frequency. Those walks of gratitude then turned into walks of prayer. And in those walks of prayer, day in and day out, I didn't know it then, but I now know in writing the one truth and understanding how all this works. I began to heal. And over time, I healed more and more. And more power came to me. Why? In the connection, like I talked about with the car hitting the transformer, there was disconnection, limited power. In the connection, I started to receive the greater power, the greater purpose, the greater plan. It's why I've written 30 books, and every book takes 3.5 weeks to write. It's not me. I am connected to the power in those moments of prayer. There's a power of prayer. Couples who pray together, 99% stay together, research shows. 50% go to church. So it's not the church. And I'm not saying don't go to church, but it's not the church. It's the connection. It's knowing that you are spirit, you're a soul and spirit. Your spouse is soul and spirit, and God is spirit. And when you pray, you become one spirit together. Union, connection, power, peace, healing. This is how we win the battle of our mind, being more connected. And so I talked about trust, talking to yourself, don't listen to yourself. And then just lastly here, and again, I have 7 ways, but prayer. And by the way, if you're into meditation, that is very helpful too. Meditation helps create the connection. It gets rid of all the clutter. that is causing the disconnection. And it starts to create a connection because you're now tuning into a higher frequency. But for this, I would just want to talk about prayer because there's a power of prayer, making time each day to do this and pray. And so there's an acronym I want to share with you. It's praise. It's R. It's repent. It's asking for forgiveness. It's A. It's asking for what you want. Ask God for what you want. It's Y. Yield. Surrender. So you ask for what you want and then you surrender, knowing that you are not the creator of the universe. That's what humility is, knowing there is a God and it's not you. And so you surrender to the greater power, the greater plan, a greater purpose. I do all the time. Say, God, I pray. I ask you, God, to guide me towards my purpose and help me live your purpose. Use me for your purpose and guide me towards my purpose. It's incredible what happens when you do that. That's the why. And then there's the E, expect. Expect great things to happen. Expect miracles. Trust in God's plan for your life. That's the E. And then there's R, which is receive. Prayer. Receive the blessings, receive the gifts, receive all the power and peace that you're meant to have, receive all the incredible things that are meant to happen for your life. And when you do that, it's incredible how things happen, how they come to fruition, how you just start to live a more powerful, meaningful life. Prayer. If you want this acronym and this one pager on how to pray, just reach out to me via email, info@johngordon.com, or DM me on Instagram at JONGordon11, and I will share with you this 2-page PDF on pray so that you can use that. Why am I so into that? Because that's actually the answer to the separation, the disconnection. Like, this is the way. We have this mental health epidemic. We have so many people who are struggling with their mental toughness. And the answer is the love that casts out the fear. The fear separates and divides. Love is what unites, and love creates connection. And when you have this connection, you have so much more clarity. And in the clarity, you have so much more confidence. And in the confidence, you now have courage to create the life that you were meant to create and live the life that you were meant to live and make the impact you were meant to make. And it all begins with that love instead of fear, and that connection instead of disconnection, and that oneness instead of the separation. It's a new way to think of mental health. It's a new way to think of mental toughness, but this is what will create a better you and change your life in the process. It certainly changed mine. God bless you. I'm rooting for you, and I'm rooting for your healing, your wholeness. And I want you to experience more power and peace, because we're not meant to go through life disconnected, fearful, anxious, worried, and chronically stressed all the time. We're meant to live with power, peace, and confidence, courage to create this incredible life. I'm rooting for you, and God bless you.
Wow, I got to tell you, I mean, there's been some really awesome takeaways, right? I mean, incredible stuff. Like, this idea of effortless is so good because, you know, there'll always be more, right? More to do. There's always more. And it's so simple, his concept at some level, and easy to at least try to step into this mindset and his ideas around how to live and work effortlessly. And I love how Kat talks about change, right? Giving ourselves permission to change. She is one heck of a leader, I can tell you that. You know, I love what she said. This is really cool, that her mom would tell her, don't forget where you came from, but don't you dare ever let it solely define you. That's good stuff. Okay, by the way, for anyone who might be joining us late, remember, if you would like, you can upgrade to our VIP package of Better You Summit, which essentially means that you get full replay access to all of Better You Summit, all the videos, all the speakers for an entire year. So you can watch, rewatch, whatever you want with your team, with your family, with your kids, whatever you would like. And we will ship you this hard copy of the book. It's included in the upgrade to the VIP package. We'll ship this right to your door. Just click the VIP upgrade link on this page and just go to BetterYouSummit.com/VIP. Check it out. All right, let's keep going because it's just going to keep getting better. Our next speaker is Carlos Whitaker. He is an author, podcaster, and global speaker backed by the power of a massive Insta familia. His enthusiastic social followers who tune in daily to join forces with Carlos to find connection and to do good and to be in community. Carlos was on my podcast, Game Changers with Molly Fletcher, and I fell in love with him instantly in light of his desire to continue to give and to contribute to the world in amazing ways. Carlos, you are an incredible human being, and it is an absolute honor and pleasure to have you with us. It's all you.
What is going on, Better You Summit, Molly's friends? Can I just call you Molly's friends? I am honored to be hanging out with you for just a few minutes. My name is Carlos Enrique Whitaker Guzman Chibol Cabello. Or you can just call me Los if you want to be my friend. And I just want to talk to you for a few minutes about something that I realized 2 years ago that has changed my life forever. Literally. I am 50 years old. And it took me until year 48 to unlock the true power of presence. What in the world do I mean by presence? So this is what I did. I did an experiment on myself where I went from looking at my phone screen. You guys know when you get your notification from your phone and you get it every Sunday and it tells you how many hours a day you have averaged on your phone. Well, you know what we normally do is we just swipe it away, right? Because nobody wants to look at that. It makes us feel horrible. But this one Sunday in particular, I decided to start doing the math. It said that I was averaging 7 hours and 23 minutes a day on my phone. Now, before you judge me, the average American spends over 5 hours a day on their phone, so I'm just a little bit above average, okay? I was like, well, you know what? I use my phone as my work. Like, it's okay. Just started making excuses until I did the math. And this is what the math said. The math said that I spend 49 hours a week looking at a screen, at my phone screen. This is just my phone. That was mind-blowing. That's 2 entire cycles of the sun. Then I kept doing the math. That was 9 months a year. And if I keep doing the math, I will actually end up spending over 10 years of my life actually staring at a screen. I'm 50 years old. I don't have 10 years to waste. So what did I do? I went on an actual extreme experiment where what I did was I actually did not look at a single screen for 7 weeks. 7 weeks I did not look at a single screen. Now, not everybody can do that, but I did. And what I did is I moved into a Benedictine monastery for 2 weeks with 20 Benedictine monks. Then what I did is I moved to an Amish farm in Mount Hope, Ohio for 2 more weeks with a whole bunch of Amish people. Then what I did is I moved back home for 3 more weeks with my family. And I spent a total of 7 weeks and I never looked at a screen. And can I tell you something? The power of presence is something that we have lost. I know not every single person out there, hardly anybody could spend 7 weeks and never look at a phone. So the good thing for you is you don't ever have to do it. I did it for you already. And in my book called Reconnected, How 7 Screen-Free Weeks with Monks and Amish Farmers Helped Me Recover the Lost Art of Being Human. In that book, I give you about 20 to 25 handlebars and takeaways that you guys can add to your life that will literally extend your life because we're wasting it. Now, here's the kicker. I got my brain scanned before and after my 7-week experiment. I wanted to see what my brain scan looked like at 7.5 hours a day on my phone. And then I wanted to see what my brain scan looked like at 0 minutes a day on my phone. And can I tell you, the results were mind-blowing. And the results were so mind-blowing that it has affected the way I've lived from that point on. I'm still on Instagram every single day. Okay, I'm still on Twitter. I'm still doing all the things, but I've made conscious decisions to be more present because of what I learned on the other side of my phone. The experiment wasn't about how bad phones are, right? There's enough books and data and stuff to tell us that. No, This whole topic of reconnected isn't why phones are bad. It's why it's so beautiful on the other side of the phone to be truly present. I spent 7 weeks. I never had one single buzz in my pocket or ding from my wrist to pull me away from being present with the person directly in front of me. I spent 7 weeks not knowing how hot it was outside. I had no access to other information on my phone. The only information I got was mouth to mouth, face to face. And you know, when I was living with the monks, one of the most powerful lessons I learned about being truly present was I was sitting there one day. This is probably day 6 or 7, right after I'd like finished having all my panic attacks because I was detoxing from this drug called our phones. Really, the drug is called knowledge. And I wondered something, and I thought, oh, and I remember reaching in my phone, and I couldn't destroy my wondering. I couldn't ruin my wondering. I couldn't solve my wondering. Why? Well, because wonder is legitimately gone from our society. Anytime you're in a meeting or anytime you're with any friends, you're at a dinner party and someone's like, hey, I wonder what happened in, people pull their phones out and wonder is over. We're the first generation to not have wondering anymore. So you know what I do now to actually stay more present in the moment? I wonder more. I literally just have to wonder. I've turned off notifications on my phone unless it's a phone call from my family. How can you stay even more present? We're moving so fast. The average human walks at 3 miles an hour. 3 miles an hour is the speed at which we were created to move. And even the pace at which I'm talking to you right now is driving you crazy. Come on, Carlos, get to the point. We got things to do. We got to learn. We got to hustle. We got to grind. What if the way to actually catch up with the purpose in your life is to slow down? Slow down. The speed at which we move can either make us more present or less present. You know, when I used to have my cups of coffee in the morning, I would have my cups of coffee while I had this in my hand. And for 2 years now, I've not had my morning coffee while doing anything but having my morning coffee. I just enjoy my coffee. More handlebars for you. I've stopped placing my phone next to my bed as my alarm clock. And I bought this really cool thing at Target called an alarm clock. Data shows that the last 30 minutes we're awake before we fall asleep, and the first 30 minutes we wake up after we wake up, we consume more content from our phones than our great-grandparents' generation did in a month. It's too fast. So what do? What have I done? I literally plug my phone in the kitchen before I go to bed. And now that's a whole other hour of life I am living. And in that first hour, I'm awake. My alarm clock wakes me up. I don't pick it up next to my bed and start rubbing its face and start touching it and looking. No, it just wakes me up. Then I have my cup of coffee. My coffee tastes so much better when it's in this rhythm of peace. I deleted Twitter. I deleted the news apps off my phone because I was consuming at a pace that I wasn't created to consume. So how do I get the news? I subscribe to this really cool thing they throw at my front yard every single morning. A newspaper. And I love reading the news. I love knowing what's happening on planet Earth. But when I'm done reading the newspaper, after I have my first cup of coffee, if something else happens on planet Earth, somebody will tell me, or I'll read about it the next morning. Listen, friends, I believe the way to a better you is actually slowing down, being more present, wondering more. Get lost more. Find your way. Turn off Siri. Don't have her tell you every direction, everywhere to turn. Just, you know how to get from point A to point B. I promise it is inside of you. Lessen the amount of screens in your life and watch the beauty and more living begin to unfold. I'm so grateful to be able to spend a few minutes with you. And I'm so excited that even if you just take one of these handlebars that I've given you and you begin to apply it, you will legitimately add years to your life. Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker is Maha Abu-Lenin. Maha is the founder and CEO of Digital and Savvy, a global strategic communications consulting firm. She's an entrepreneur and host of the Savvy Show business podcast. This fall, Maha will add author to her accomplishments with the debut of 7 Rules of Self-Reliance. How to stay low, keep moving, invest in yourself, and own your future. Maha, it's a treat to have you with us. Maha, you're on.
Thank you so much, Molly. I'm excited to be a part of the Better You Summit. Hello, everyone. My name is Maha Abu-Lenin. I'm a strategic communications executive and have worked with some of the biggest companies and brands in the world, from Google and Netflix to Gary Vee, Jim Quick, and even some projects with Deepak Chopra. My mission is simple. It's to help people communicate better. As I have built a career from Minnesota to Dubai, helping others find their narratives, tell their stories, and build their personal brands. But what I'm here to talk to you about today is not related to communications, and it's not about what I do or what you do. It's how you do it. I wrote a book that's coming out on October 8th called The 7 Rules of Self-Reliance: How to Stay Low, Keep Moving, Invest in Yourself, and Own Your Future. I can't think of a better topic when coming to think about a Better You Summit other than self-reliance. If we are here to focus on a better you, then nothing matters more than knowing how you can be the best version of you and invest in yourself to do it. So let's start from the beginning. What is self-reliance and why should we care about it so much? Self-reliance is about taking accountability and believing in yourself. It means betting on yourself, investing in your growth, and having the confidence to trust your own judgment. Every day, it's about knowing you have the power to make the best decisions for your life and trusting yourself to do the right thing. Self-reliance is making decisions and taking actions that matter to you, enjoying the freedom to stand on your own 2 feet, thinking independently and confidently pursuing your dreams. Nobody is going to put you on the top of your priority list like you can. And if you rely on yourself, you'll be able to unleash your power in ways never thought imaginable. What people think self-reliance is, being independent, being alone, not relying on others, just yourself. And that's not what I'm talking about. What self-reliance actually is now and the future. It's an essential skill to master. It's about being resourceful, trusting yourself, and having confidence in yourself. The practice of investing in yourself and not waiting for others to give you permission. I like to think of it as an equation. Self-reliance is self-confidence plus self-worth plus believing in yourself to equip yourself with the tools to be your own power. So you may ask, why does it matter? It's a muscle you need to learn how to use. It's definitely not something you're born with, but a skill you can master. Learning to trust yourself and empowering yourself to make your own life decisions is crucial. And it's also going to give you that freedom of permission from others or freedom from judgment of others. And it's so liberating. In today's world, technology is here to disrupt everything. What are you doing to disrupt yourself? And what are you doing, more importantly, to invest in yourself? I wrote this book to not only inspire and empower you, but also to help you learn the path of self-reliance. It's about building your personal brand. It's about personal and professional development. It's about being a power networker, learning how to be a long-term player and invest in yourself through learning. I'm dedicated to helping people own their future by building strong personal brands to navigate complex challenges in the market and understand how to create value in a fast-paced digital world. Taking traditional paths and applying old methods needs to be reconsidered in today's rapidly changing world. From all the changes in the market, like AI, economic changes, I want you to feel the power and have it in your own hands. This playbook offers you a fresh approach to standing out and succeeding. Let me take some time to walk you through some of the rules of self-reliance. The first one is stay low, keep moving. I use this as a mantra for life. Stay low, put your head down. You're going to have distractions. You're going to have people telling you you can't do it or you shouldn't do it. Be focused. Be focused on your goals and think, what is it that I want to achieve, and get away from all the noise. Keep moving. Everybody has setbacks. Everybody has obstacles. Everybody has challenges in their lives. Stay low, keep moving is a reminder and a toolbook on how you can avoid the distractions, stay focused on your goals, staying low, and keeping moving through them. The second rule, be a value creator. How can you create value for other people? How do you anticipate their needs? How do you think about some of the things that you want to do for other people in order to be in good favor with them? I call it making deposits in trust banks. Make deposits in goodwill with people. Show them your intentions. Show them what you can do to create value for them. It's the secret sauce that have led me to the most successful things I've done in my business and in my personal life. I thought about, how do I create value for somebody else? How do I bring them something, my secret sauce, to keep them working with me, connected with me, and focused on being a business partner with me? It's called creating value, and I give you the playbook on how to do it. The third rule is don't be a waiter. Somebody said to me once, Maha, you're waiting for Mr. Right. You're waiting for your boss to give you that project that's going to make you a rock star. Don't be a waiter, be a creator. What does it mean to be in the driver's seat? And what do I need to do that? Who do I need to have relationships with? What skills am I missing? What are the people I need to be introduced to? What are the things I can do in my career or in my life to go from being a waiter to being a creator? Rule number 4, unlearn, relearn, and invest in yourself. I have always been a lifelong learner. That means you can learn anything, anytime from anyone. Guys, listen to this. Podcasts, books, YouTube, everything on the internet, it's for free. Harness that opportunity to learn, invest in yourself. No one can take away your knowledge and your power, so really spend time investing in yourselves. Going to conferences, going to events, making the most, understanding how to network the most. And also, don't overlook learning from people. We can learn a lot from people who have had successful businesses, people who have failed, people who have had setbacks. Take the time to learn. If you're not putting learning in your agenda, in your priorities for the week, you're missing out. The market's moving quickly, so you need to make sure you're upskilling yourself, you're learning new things, and you're getting exposure to new people. Rule number 5, which is the most important thing for you to have a better you, and that is a strong reputation. Rule number 5 is think of your reputation as a currency. What is its worth? What's its value? If you think of your reputation like a currency, like money, you will value it in a very different way. And in order to invest in your reputation, you need to invest in your personal brand. I'm not talking about being a social media influencer. Personal branding is not about self-promotion. It's about thought leadership. What are you doing to control how you show up, what you put out in the world, and what you want people to know about you? How are you investing in building your personal brand? If you're an employee of a company, you need to have a strong personal brand so you can get those projects, so you can get that promotion. If you're an entrepreneur, you need to have a strong personal brand because people follow people, they don't follow companies. I work with some of the biggest personal brands in the world. And what I know is that it's an intentional process and it'll help you build your business. It'll help you build your reputation. And more importantly, it'll help you build the right relationships. Rule number 6, be a long-term player. You guys know, we live in a world where we want everything now. Tap to pay to get out of somewhere. Download the whole series now. We want to get in and out. We don't want to wait for anything. We live in a real-time world. We don't even want to wait 3 seconds for a video to load. But what I'm saying is in business, you need to be long-term. With your relationships, you need to be long-term. Don't be a transactional player. Be a long-term player. And that means investing in your relationships, nurturing your network, serving your network. Your network is not there to serve you. You are there to serve your network so they can bring you into their network. I have a lot of tips on how to network using social media. network to master the art of the DM? How do you network on LinkedIn? How do you network remotely? There are so many ways networking has changed, and you need to have the modern playbook for doing it. How do you network one-to-one and one-to-many and nurture those relationships? Rule number 6, be a long-term player, and that means investing in your relationships. And the final rule is rule number 7, no regrets. It's very easy to say, I don't want to have any regrets or live with no regrets, but life is too short. If you can let go of the things that are holding you back, you will be able to move forward. And that's one of the things that I did in my life. Both of my parents, my mother had MS, my dad had ALS. I learned how to turn all of my setbacks into comebacks. I learned how to turn in my struggles into strengths. And I really want you to think about, what are the things that you're carrying around, this baggage of regret? This is the time. Life is too short. Find a way to invest in you. Find a way to live the dreams that you always thought about doing. There's no time like now to pursue them. This is your chance for a better you. Thank you so much for your time today. Molly, as a special offer for your guests, if you pre-order the book, email preorder@mahaboolanane.com. We'll invite you to a private virtual launch party on October 8th with Gary Vee, some other celebrities and CEOs, and some surprise guests. You'll get a downloadable playbook of some of the rules and how you can put them to work, and you can get access to my free masterclasses. Thank you so much for having me today. I really hope that you guys can take these rules and put them to work for you, as they have been the cornerstone of my success and something that I really want everyone to embrace and adopt. This is your chance for a better you. And thank you so much for having me at the Better You Summit.
Our next speaker is Eric Thomas. He's a PhD. He's an educator, New York Times best-selling author, motivational guru, and international business phenom. Eric continues to take the world by storm, and you're going to get a little taste for this. And he's also a fellow Michigan State Spartan. E.T., go green. It's all you.
First and foremost, Molly, I just want to say thank you. This idea to have this summit at this particular time, for you to think to do it third quarter and get us the information and the energy we need to finish this year strong. Again, thank you, Molly. And come on, what the title, the Better You Summit, genius. All right, so let me go here because, you know, I'm just real practical. And as I was thinking about, like, what's the significance of Better You? And it's so important because as I think about my life, the way I'm living now as the best version of myself, night and day. What's the difference between the homeless Eric Thomas and this Eric Thomas? Well, first of all, you know, that guy was a victim. That 17-year-old, he was a victim. Like, the only thing he thought about was, you know, my father wasn't in my life. My mother got pregnant with me when she was 17, south side of Chicago. I didn't go to the best schools. This happened and that happened and this person and that person. Like, that guy was such a victim. That guy always started in a deficiency, right? Now, the new Eric Thomas is the victor. The new Eric Thomas is you owe you, bruh. Don't nobody else owe you. Like, you owe you to live your dreams. You owe you to learn how to read and write. You owe you to get a degree. Like, you owe you to position yourself, you know, as one of the greatest speakers in the speaking industry. Like, you owe you to write books. Don't nobody owe you nothing. I can still be busted and disgusted. I can still be talking about my dad, my mom. I'm telling you, I am taking advantage of the American dream. Why? Because I was intentional and deliberate. And that's what I want you to know. Before we get started, you need to be intentional and deliberate. Look, you live in a country where you can have what you want, you can be what you want, you can do what you want, but you have to be intentional and deliberate. You're not going to wake up one day and walk outside and badao, I got a law degree. Badao, you walk outside and there's a doctorate degree with my name on it. That's not going to happen, but you can work for it. Are you hearing what I'm saying? All right. So with the time I have left, here's what we're going to do. All right. I'm going to reverse engineer. And I went through my brain. I was like this and 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 this. I went through a whole bunch of scenarios. I went through a whole bunch of habits, effective habits that I have. I went through a bunch of stuff and I narrowed it down to one. Here's the one word. I want you to write it down. Here's the one word, right? When I searched the world, and I searched the world all the way through, and this is what I found. I found coaching is the word I want to give you. Yep, that's the one habit, coaching. Now, I'm going to break it down in 3 G's, but I got to tell you, coaching changed my life. And why did coaching change my life? Because when I got to a place where I was like, yo, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of sleeping in abandoned buildings. I'm sick and tired of sleeping in cars. When I was like, I'm done. I'm sick and tired. I'm done. I'm ready to go to the next level. I didn't know where to start. So number one, you need a coach, right? And you need a coach to do 3 things. So the first thing you need a coach for, and my first coach, Pastor P.C. Willis, the first thing he did for me was he shared with me my gift. Can you believe it? Can you believe I'm one of the best speakers right now in the industry and did not know at 9 I could speak? I didn't even know I had a gift. So the first thing a coach is going to do for you, a coach is going to put you in a position where they can see something in you that you can't see in yourself. And so for some of us, our lives are so broken. Like we've gone through so much trauma. We've experienced so much pain and so much hurt, and we've disappointed ourselves, and we've not reached our highest potential, that we've gotten to a point now where we can't even see how beautiful we are. We can't see how gifted we are. We can't see how dope we are. We can't see how talented we are. And so we've got to put ourselves around people who recognize it. And Pastor told me at a very young age, I was about 17 years old. He said, you have an anointing. You got a gift. Like, you've been blessed with the ability. You got a calling to speak. And when you speak, son, it does something different in the room. People respond in a different way. You got a gift. And I was like, a gift? Like I'm homeless. A gift? Like I'm living in abandoned buildings and sleeping in cars. A gift? I'm working at McDonald's. A gift? Like I'm a high school dropout. A gift? I'm telling you, number one, you need to get a coach. You need to surround yourself around people who see greatness in you. That gift is going to open up doors for you. That gift is going to attract you to certain people. That gift is going to take you places. That gift is going to open up doors for you. That gift is going to be a financial blessing to you. That gift is going to bless other people, and now those people will feel indebted to you. That gift will make you known in places you've never been known before. That gift is going to be a gift to you. And so you've got to get coaching, because you got to get people around you who see what you don't see when you are in despair, who see what you don't see when you're in a dark place, who see what you see when you don't even see yourself as valuable. Am I talking to anybody? Right? All right. And so then, the coaching went to the next level. The pastor said to me, now you got a gift, amen, but the reason why your gift is not flourishing, the reason why you haven't tapped into and activated your gift is because you have some gaps. Now listen what he did for me. This changed my life. So much so that not only did I take an assessment as a young man, I developed my own assessment, right? And we call it the flight assessment, right? And it breaks you down. You're either a pilot, a flight attendant, a grounds crew, an air traffic control. And what happened when I was younger and I took this assessment, right, changed my life. The assessment showed me gaps. It showed me where this is where you excel and this is what you do naturally, but you have some other issues. And I realized from taking the assessment, I had some trust issues, right? I had some trust issues. I didn't trust my mom because she lied about my biological father. I didn't trust men because my biological father wasn't there for me in the way he should be. I realized that I had some deficiencies as it relates to structure and organization, right? And so that's why it was difficult for me in school, to be able to take tests and test well. That's why they would call me a class clown, right? Because I had this gift to talk, but I didn't have discipline. I didn't like structure, right? And I began to see the gaps. And as I began to deal with each gap, and so I went from one coach to my next coach, Dr. Doggett, who would really break down to me, here's the gaps. Like, you're building with one hand and you're tearing down with the other. Like, you're super dope organically. Like, you can just get up and speak and you don't need no paperwork and you don't need no documentation. But I'm telling you, once you hit your 30s, son, if you don't have a 4-year degree and if you don't get a master's degree, right, it's going to be a glass ceiling. And so while I love speaking, I love the gift, I did not necessarily love discipline, and I didn't necessarily love to read, and I didn't like to do research, and I didn't like to do homework, and I didn't like to show up for class. And I'm just telling you, I didn't like structure. And so one hand I was building up, but with the other hand I was tearing down. But what my coaches did was they shared with me the gaps. They shared with me the gaps in life. And I'll never forget, I had gotten so close to getting my 4-year degree, right? And I'm telling you, I was so afraid to be successful. I was so afraid to finish. And I was so afraid to march across the stage. I would have been one of the first ones in my family to do it. And I was so afraid of success. And I was so afraid of going to that next level. I was so afraid of the responsibility that would come with the success. I was so afraid of what would that look like if I didn't have a crutch no more. What would it look like if I wasn't a victim anymore? And I couldn't tell sad stories and get people to feel bad for me, because nobody's going to feel bad for somebody with a 4-year degree. Nobody's going to feel bad for somebody that's doing well in the speaking industry. And I had gotten so close to success, but I was afraid. It scared me. And my coaches were able to walk me through it. My coaches were able to show me the film, and they were able to show me, like, you can go to the right, but you have a problem going to the left. You need to dribble left more. You need to practice more. And so I began to start working on my character, so that it wasn't just my gift that was strong, because your gift will take you places your character can't keep you. And so I learned how to finish stuff, and I learned how to follow through. I learned how to start a class week 1 and go all the way to 16. I learned how to do every assignment. I learned how to meet with my professors. I learned how to do my homework. I learned how to take tests. I learned how to show up. I used to be embarrassed to raise my hand and ask for help. And I started going to see the professor, doing a professor out. Am I talking to anybody? I just didn't need my gift. There were some gaps, and my coaches helped me see the gaps. Oh, am I talking to anybody? And so eventually it was, hey, when you finish with that 4-year degree, Michigan State is giving you an opportunity of a lifetime. Michigan State told me in '96 that they wanted me to come to Michigan State. I didn't get there until 2001. You're not hearing what I'm saying. They gave me a gift, but I couldn't take the gift as long as I had the gaps. I had to fill the gaps to get the gift. And so I'm telling you today, you need a coach, because when you're playing the game, when you're going through life, there are just certain blind spots you can't see. Do you know that there are almost over a million accidents a year because of blind spots? As advanced as automobiles are, they're still working with technology to figure out the blind spots. There's still blind spots when we drive. And most accidents are caused by the blind spots. And as humans, we have blind spots. And so not only did I take an assessment, I developed and created an assessment with the help of the squad. Why? Because I needed to see my gaps, and you need to see your gaps. Come on, come on, come on. All right, so here go the last one. I don't know if y'all remember, Michael Jordan was scoring 60 points, but he was still losing. Michael Jordan was scoring 60 points, but he still couldn't get past Boston. He scored 50, he scored 40, and still couldn't get past the Pistons. He still couldn't get past the Boston Celtics. It wasn't until he started lifting weights. It wasn't until he started playing offense and defense. It wasn't until he played both ways. It wasn't until he started sharing the ball. When he started to get a little stronger and a little tougher, right, he was able to do what? The final one, grow. Yeah. I'm talking to you today. I'm telling you, if you fix the gaps and you use your gifts, if you fix the gaps, and I know it's hard. I know it's hard to deal with some of the things that we're not great at, and some of the things that we struggle with. And I know sometimes it's embarrassing. I know sometimes you don't even want to see what your gaps are. You don't want to deal with them. But if you don't deal with them, I'm telling you, you are going to limit the gift. Did you hear what I just said? I went from being homeless to having a real estate portfolio to owning multiple homes. Are you hearing what I'm trying to tell you? Listen to me. The better you is waiting on you. The better you is crying out to the weaker you and saying, it's showtime. It's time to stop making excuses. It's showtime. Get your butt up. It's showtime. Take some responsibility. It's showtime. Set some goals. It's showtime. Believe in yourself. It's showtime. Have confidence. The better you is calling the weaker you and say, come on, you can do it. Come on, you're better than that. Come on, you're more talented than that. Come on, you're more gifted than that. Come on, you doper than that. Come on, pull not only from your strengths, but go inside your will and be more than what you're capable of becoming. Am I talking to anybody? All right. So my latest book, I'm going to grab it for you real quick. My latest book, not only do you owe you 365. On the back, I'm going to read it to you, and I'm going to let you get out here. Listen to me very closely. Here's what the better you is saying to the weaker you. No more excuses, you owe you. No more wasted moments, you owe you. You've got a life to live, dreams to chase, and goals to conquer. Are you listening to what I'm saying to you? The better you is calling out to the weaker you and saying, no more excuses, you owe you. No more wasted moments, you owe you. Can you hear the better you calling the weaker you? Calling you the weaker you to the carpet? Calling the weaker you to step up? You got a life to live, dreams to chase, goals to conquer. The clock is ticking and the opportunities won't wait around. It's time to step up. It's time to take charge. It's time to demand what you deserve. Oh, you're not hearing what I'm saying? Don't let laziness or fear hold you back. Seize the day with fierce determination, because success favors those who hustle relentlessly. Can you see it? The better you is calling you. The better you is reaching out for you. The better is you is saying your future is on the line. So make every moment count and refuse to take no for an answer. Finally, the better you is telling the weaker you, refuse to settle for anything less than the life you deserve. It's your boy E.T. Come on. I can have the better me. I can have the better me. I will have the better me. I will have the better me. I must have the better me. I must have the better me. It's your boy E.T. Small steps, great distances. Now you know. Let's go. And remember, I don't owe you nothing, but you owe the better you everything. It's your time. It's your turn. Let's go.
E.T., thank you, man. I got to tell you, isn't he like a couple shots of espresso for all of us, by the way? E.T., that was awesome. Go green, man. And, I think it's an important, kind of take a hot second, if you will, and kind of think about some of the things maybe you've heard and learned. Carlos's idea is so awesome, right? This man is truly magical. His heart and his giving spirit is awesome. And E.T., like I said, his energy, his ideas about discovering the gaps. It's such a cool way to think about a better you, to think about what he talks about, which is you owe you. By the way, I wanted to say this. If you're a leader, you can upgrade to VIP and you can pre-order my book. Now, here's the deal. We have a leader implementation guide, that goes with the book, which is really an awesome way for leaders to help thread this content through and scale it through their organization. We have an action guide as well that leaders can lean into with their teams. I actually have a client that I'm so excited. I'm doing a live workshop with them, taking their leaders through the Dynamic Drive workshop and the leader implementation guide, and then arming them so that they can pull it through and forward to the people that they lead and serve every day. All right, next up, Paula Faris. Let me tell you, she is super fun. She is our next speaker. Paula is the founder and leader of Carry Media, an organization that advocates for moms in the workforce. She's an award-winning journalist and a speaker and best-selling author. And most recently, she penned a book, You Don't Have to Carry It All. This isn't bad, is it, moms? Ditch the mom guilt and find a better way forward. And who do you want to be when you grow up? Another recent book of Paula's. She also hosts the Paula Faris Show, which is a weekly podcast that talks about the hot topics that parents are talking about, from work-life balance to raising kids to relationships, all kinds of stuff in between. I had a chance to sit down with Paula Faris and talk Better You Summit. Paula Faris is next up. So team, roll the tape. Let's go. Paula Faris. Let's go. Let's talk about it.
Let's go, Molly.
I got to tee you up for this summit, right?
Okay.
I mean, you are the founder and leader of Carry Media, an organization that advocates for women in the workplace, love.
Yes.
And, through, you say load lessening content, which is so great, an award-winning journalist, speaker, best-selling author, an incredible host of events, which I got to experience your rock star self just recently. And you have over 2 decades in the broadcast television space, including Good Morning America Weekend, The View, and of course your podcast that you host, the Paula Faris Show.
Yes.
And I think most important of all, you are so darn fun. You're fun, girl. You keep it real.
You know why? It's because I'm from Michigan originally. You're from Michigan, and I think we just had this instant connection. It's like we're soul sisters.
Amen, girl.
Right?
I think we are.
Oh,
totally.
for
That
having
mitten.
me on.
That
I'm so
mitten right
excited.
here.
Yes, the mitten. If people don't know, the mitten, Michigan looks like a mitten, the state of Michigan. And so if you meet someone from the great state of Michigan, they'll always hold up their hand. And they'll say, this is where I was, this is where I'm from. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And we did that.
we did. Yeah.
So I want to dig in. You know, you've achieved a lot. And how have you done it, Paula? Done it on purpose and for a purpose.
Yeah, I think my parents, my dad was, first generation immigrant from Lebanon. And so my family I grew up in a family where we worked hard for everything. We didn't have a ton growing up. I just always had this mindset that I could outwork you, right? But later in life, I realized that I got a little too caught up in the achievement, and I think I got a little too much of my identity from the achievement. And when my career shifted, I didn't really know who I was outside of it. So I'm really a big believer in, yes, do everything with your whole heart, work, have passions, but don't allow it to become your full identity. And it's a challenge because what's one of the first things you ask someone, Molly, when you meet them?
Yeah.
Hi, what's your name and what do you do? Right? So it's so baked into our culture. But my encouragement is, look, do things, different seasons, everything's a chapter. You don't have to do one thing for the rest of your life, but who are you outside of it? Right? What do you want it to say on your epitaph? Right? Kind of live with that mindset.
Yeah, I used to always with my athletes when I was an agent, right? I mean, it's when the jersey's not on the back.
Oh gosh, athletes.
Who are you?
Yep.
Right? How did you? You sort of said that you were really attached to the achievement, and you were identifying you, Paula Faris, with the Paula Faris that's on big time national television shows, doing what you do. How did you disconnect those two in service of living into who you are, separate and apart from the work that you do?
Well, a lot of it, I was kind of forced into finding that. It wasn't like I had this epiphany on my own. No, I was kind of forced into it. I fell on my face a couple of times. When I got really burnt out at the height of my career, Molly, I was anchoring GMA weekends, co-hosting The View, had 3 little kids, go. My name's Paula and I work, I'm an anchor at GMA and co-hosted The View, right? And I got so burnt out. And I think a lot of working parents feel this way too. It's like our careers are happening at the same time we're growing our family. We feel so much conflict within that. And I just really felt this deep desire, this call to step away, to just touch on the brakes a little bit. And I don't know, I can't explain it really. It felt a little crazy, like who gets to the top of their game and then voluntarily is like, no, I need to pump the brakes a little bit. I will say I had felt that for years, and it wasn't until I went through a journey of about 6 to 9 months of just one thing happened after the other, and it was like health scare. Like I was physically being slowed down, right? And so I had to take a moment and listen to myself. What is my body telling me? What is God telling me? I'm a big time believer. And so I really felt God was saying, you need to just step away for a bit. And so I stepped away from GMA weekends. I stepped away from The View, and I asked my bosses. I remember this meeting. My very first book, I open up with this scene. I'm meeting with the president of ABC News, and I'm telling him, I just need to step into a much less prestigious role. I need to demote myself because I have to find myself again. I want to be, a good wife and a good mother. And what good is it, to have kids if I felt like I wasn't really involved and my schedule was all over the place. I just didn't feel like my values were aligning with my personal choices were actually clashing with my values. So I stepped into a much less prestigious role, and it was then. And again, it was only because of, I felt physically my body was telling me, and I felt like my higher power was telling me, you need to do this. And when I stepped into that, Molly, it was so difficult because that's when I had almost an identity crisis. I didn't know who I was outside of what I did. But it set me on a journey to really kind of unpack like how I got there, how we get there as high achievers, and how we can really find out who we are outside of what we do. But it's been a journey, I will say. It's been a long journey. And I still struggle. I still struggle with it. But I think it's normal to struggle. It's just the society that we live in too. There's so much pressure. Look at the pressure we put on our kids to achieve. You know, one of the first questions, kids are asked from the time they're young, what do you want to do when you grow up? How the hell are they supposed to know? You know?
Right.
Like
right.
they can't even do their laundry yet.
Right. Totally.
Oh
totally.
my gosh. So, yep.
You said something interesting. I have a book coming out September 3rd called Dynamic Drive. And one of the things that I talk about is that we can keep complacency, we can keep burnout at bay if the work that we do aligns deeply with our core values and our calling and our mission.
Yes.
So what could you have done or would you have done differently? And what advice do you give somebody that's maybe listening to you going, man, Paula, I'm there.
Yeah.
Where you were, I'm there.
Yeah.
What do they do if they think they're headed that direction to avoid it? If they're in it, what advice do you have? And then trying to step out of it, any advice for folks?
Gosh, I've never really unpacked it like to that level, Molly, but I think I could have avoided it had I just slowed down a little bit and said, are the choices that I'm making, do they align with my personal values, right? What good is it for a man to gain the world, but to lose his soul in the process? And when you get to the top of your game and you look out, and athletes, you hear this from athletes, you probably heard this all the time, you get to the top and it's either an insatiable need for more or you're like, this is it. You work and this is it.
Very underwhelming.
It can be very underwhelming. So I think just finding a way to stay grounded and for me, like my calling is whatever I feel called to in that season and disconnecting my calling from a job, right? Because I had to realize, I think if I peeled back the layers, I would say, how are you unique, right? What do you bring to the table that no one else does? What are you good at and what do you love and what ignites a fire in your belly? And Molly, since the time I was young, I was so nosy and curious. My nickname was Paula 20 Questions growing up. And so,
that's awesome.
So looking back, like how can I use the gifts and talents that I've been given and the gifts and talents that you've been given in any season, in any capacity. So I love to champion people. I love to get to the bottom of things. I'm an advocate. I like to ask questions and I'm incessantly curious. I use that in broadcasting to serve me well. I'm using it in this new space of, founding a company to really advocate for working moms and families. I'm using that innate curiosity and question asking and my desire to champion people. What I do, I think that's my superpower. We all have superpowers. Use your superpower in wherever you are, in whatever you're doing. And that includes parenting. I use that in parenting, but wherever I'm called in whatever season, and I think if we just let go of this notion that we have to do one thing for the rest of our lives, no, we don't. We're called different things in different seasons. We will always use our superpowers in those chapters, but give yourself the permission to try new things in new seasons. You don't have to do one thing for the rest of your life. And once I embraced that, like I can try new things, and the success isn't like, did it succeed or fail? It's did I go for it? Did I follow that call, right? And use my superpowers in that call and in that chapter of my life. So I'm in a chapter right now where, you could say we kind of totally blew up our lives and left New York and we live in a small town and, but this was necessary for me in this phase of life. Yes, there's gains, there's things you give up. We love where we are. We have 3 kids. We're able to be really, really active and involved in their lives. And I don't know what I'll be called to next, but I know whatever I'm called to, I'll use my superpowers of curiosity and question asking and tenacity wherever I'm called. So I think that helped me unpack it a little bit. That's what I would, and if anybody's going through that, I would say, what's the best thing that can happen if you go for it? Don't ask yourself what the worst thing is. I know for me, I'm like doomsday. The best thing that can happen is, you don't live with the regret that you didn't go for it. right? The best thing that can happen for me with Carey Media is, you know, I can help facilitate and spark change for working moms and families can be strengthened, right? So what's the best thing that can happen if you go for it? And it might just be a season or two. So my dog wants to join the conversation. Talk about dynamic.
Let's go. Bring.
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 Come on, sweetheart. Come on. She does this often, and it's usually like was doing a live television interview, and she started barking outside my door. 'Cause I work from home, if you can't tell.
Yeah, no, I love. Oh, so yummy.
Oh, she's so sweet. It's her birthday
What
today.
What is what is that, a doodle? I can't.
You're
I
like,
need to put my.
What is that thing? She's a Cavapoo. See, she is all of 7 pounds. Addison.
Oh, she Addison.
Yeah, she's actually, my husband just
Hi,
said
bud.
she's 7 years old. So she is officially the oldest one in the family now, because I'll be 49 this year. So, but she's already there.
Okay,
she's the
got
oldest
it.
one. So she's a sweet girl.
Addison,
Yes.
and that's awesome. My dogs still aren't potty trained, and they're like 7. How's that going for you? Oh man!
Oh God!
Well,
you're funny.
let me ask you this. So you said something that I thought was really powerful, which is that you caught yourself, and this in part is part of the impetus behind Dynamic Drive and this approach to pursuing achievements, which in the traditional definition of drive, it's all about an outcome. It's a linear pursuit of an achievement. But you said something that was interesting, and at some level I want to unpack, because you caught yourself before you lost what matters most to you. You caught yourself before you lost your health fully, your marriage, your children.
Absolutely, I would have.
You
lost
caught,
them all. Yeah.
Right. How, and it sounds like there was physical things that were happening and your faith, but what are the signs that you would say to somebody, you've got to step into the risk? I always say, what's at risk to make a change? But what's at risk if you don't
absolutely
make the change? Because what scares me to death is when you ask somebody what they're chasing and they don't know. And then they compromise what really matters most to them in the pursuit of an achievement, and unintentionally have become complacent in areas in their life that in fact matter most.
Yep. I would just say, like, I'm a big believer that, I had to literally be hit in the head, and it's no joke. Like, I got hit in the head with basically a fastball right before it didn't make live air. I was 10 seconds from going live. I was at Wall Street reporting on the bull run, and some kid, and you can see it on the NYPD surveillance video, Molly.
Wow.
Whipped an apple, and they said the NYPD told me it was 60 miles an hour, hit me right here. Right,
wow.
If my
base of your skull.
face was turned, it would have shattered my face. And I literally, that was actually the start of like 5 things, like pneumonia, influenza. I had a miscarriage. Like it was this span of events that I felt like my health was breaking down. And also, I think when you feel this strange peace in your spirit that you're supposed to do something, you have to recognize you're still going to be scared to do it. It's still scary as hell. And I think if you can accept that the peace and the fear go together, they are not mutually exclusive. They coexist, and you have to step into your fear. So if you're feeling this need, I really feel the need. It doesn't make sense. I was told I was crazy. I was told this was going to ruin my career. Like, I was told all the things. And it wasn't until like I literally got hit in the head and all these things happened that I was like, fine, I'll do it. It wasn't like I went willingly. I stormed off the court. Okay. But I did it. And listen to your body, listen to the people around you, look at your relationships, and ask yourself some questions. Are the choices that I'm making, right? Are they in line with my personal values? Or aren't they, right?
Yeah.
Have I become somebody that I said I would never be? I was always the person that said, oh, I could walk away and know who I am I could walk away from my job. And I really thought that was still true. And the moment I had to demote myself and walk away, I didn't know who I was outside of what I did. So listen to your body. If you feel that peace and that stirring, just know that the peace and the fear are going to coexist. I think you know, you have to do life with people that will call you out, that hold you accountable, that don't just puff you up. You know, I love it when my friends get in my face and they're like, "You're kind of being a butthole right now. You know, you're a lot. You weren't right in this situation." Do you have people in your life that truly, you know, empower you and don't enable you? And and don't be afraid to go for. I mean, it's hard to say don't be afraid. You're gonna be scared, but sometimes you just have to do it scared and ask yourself, what's the best thing that can happen? What's the best thing that can happen? And remember, it's a season, it's a chapter. It's not a forever move. Like people are like, I've got to figure out my next thing, and the next thing has to be forever. It doesn't, like, it might just be,
relax.
It might be
relax.
a year.
It's not forever.
It's not forever. It doesn't have to be forever. And for the people that are trying to scare you, you know, that it doesn't. You are in the driver's seat and you can make that call. Nobody else can make it for you. I think, you know, we don't grow without pruning. And it's every spring, I'm reminded of this at our church. There's these beautiful trees that bloom and flower, but every like winter, early, I think it's right around the winter, it looks like they've been hacked. It's like, it looks painful. These trees, I'm like, ouch. They don't look attractive. They look like they're in pain because they've been pruned back so much. But then I like to watch the growth, and slowly but surely they grow bigger and better and stronger than they were the previous year and more beautiful. And we don't grow without being pruned, without being put to the test, right? And so that's a constant reminder for me. That's where the growth happens. You know, the growth doesn't happen when you're cruising along and things are, the growth happens when you're faced with those challenges and you make hard choices and you put yourself in situations to be challenged. That's where the true growth happens. So, yeah.
What would you tell somebody who's sort of listening going, man, like, I hear you, but like, I don't really know what my calling is. Like, I don't really know what my purpose or mission or what I'm uniquely positioned to do. What do you tell them to help them find that?
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, again, I'm a believer, so I feel like my true call is just to shine my light anywhere I go, right? But I think beyond that, again, whatever you feel called to, and I think like, what are you good at it, and do you love it? How often do you hear people say, I'm really good at it, but I don't love it? Or you may have represented athletes along the way, Molly, and they were like, I'm so good at it, but I don't love it, right?
Sure.
What are you good at? And what do you love? Ask the people around you, what do you notice that I'm good at? And what do I love? And what do I do you think, what are some of my superpowers? And it might be, I'm a really great listener, or it might be, I'm an incredible encourager. My son, who's 10 years old, I'm like, you bring joy you're just a joy giver. Every room you're in, you make people laugh. You also see people that other people don't. You're very thoughtful like that. Those are his superpowers. Use those superpowers. What are you good at? What do you love? Right? And it's not just, oh, I'm good at being an accountant. No, I'm good at analyzing things. I'm really good at organizing. My sister's an incredible organizer. She's the oldest in the family. You know, she's very good at bossing me around, but she's very good at organizing things. And I
need her number.
She's incredible. She went to school for biology and math, and then she realized I just like to organize things. She sees things a certain way.
Awesome.
She can unpack them and then put them back in a way that makes sense. And she explains really, you know, complicated concepts. So I think when you're looking for that next thing, you know, what is also burning in you? Like for me, I had this burning desire to really stand up for the marginalized woman, you know, who is discriminated against when she dares dream of becoming a mother, and especially the mother in the workforce. So I then used my superpowers. So the passion, desire was to really speak out on behalf of working moms. The superpower was my curiosity and my question asking and my ability to kind of just be tenacious. So, and again, this is what I feel called to, right? Is working moms and families. My superpowers are never, your superpowers are never going to change, Molly. Like what you're inherently really good at and love. But what you feel called to do, it is going to change, but your superpowers don't. Use your superpowers in whatever you feel called to, and just know it's a season. Maybe you're like, you know what? I want to quit my job and I just want to substitute teach for a year. do it. If that's what you feel called to, it's a season and it's a chapter of your life. Don't put so much pressure that you got to figure it out. Just use your superpowers wherever you are. So
That's awesome. And whatever you feel called
absolutely
to do, 100%.
And I think we put so much, and you hear this everywhere. What is your calling? You know, well, I have a lot of different callings, you know,
Right.
I don't have to
Right.
find the one thing that, you know, how much pressure that puts on me to like find the one thing. No, I know what my superpowers and what I'm good at in love and what other people say I'm good at in love. But what I feel called to is going to change in different seasons. You know,
Sure.
in 10
sure.
years, I might feel called to something else, but you know what I'm going to
Right.
do in that chapter? I'm going to use my superpowers of curiosity and advocacy and question asking and, you know, being super nosy.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's what I do. I
But
mean, let's just be
curiosity-
honest, I'm real nosy.
You're
curious.
good at it, girl, but you do it in an awesome way. And you know, the Paula Ferris show, I can't encourage people enough to check it out. I mean, this is so important, Paula, for men and women to understand that, right? My husband and I had 3 kids in 12 months,
Which is insane to me.
which was, and you know, we've been married for 25 years. My mom says he's the last living saint. I think that might be true.
My husband might be the second
I know.
to last living saint then. I think there are 2 left and we're married to them both. So
Well, listen, your words have helped people unlock a better version of themselves. So
you.
thank you for taking a minute. I can't encourage people enough to check out your show. Where can people, paulaferris.com?
I have a website, paulaferrisofficial.com. And I tried to buy paulaferris.com, but apparently somebody bought it and won't sell it to me. So
Well, let me know if you
here
need
I
to
am.
negotiate that, Paula.
paulaferrisofficial.com. Can you? Oh, yes, that would be great, Molly.
Let's do that, girl. And by the way, I need to tell people it's Faris.
Yes, okay,
Which I
this-
think is important to know.
Yes, it's just like Paris, the city where the Olympics
There
were.
you
but
go.
With an
Okay.
F, like Frank.
Yeah.
And you can find me on Instagram, Paula Ferris. And, you know, like you said, I have a show, the Paula Ferris Show. And it's really through a parent lens. Like, what are you talking about as a parent? Is it like, thinking about sending my kid to college, or, you know, my kid's a jerk. How do I negotiate with them? I do series on teens and tweens and teenagers, or how to, you know, maintain a healthy relationship with your partner when you have kids, or maybe it's work-life balance. So I only talk about the things on the show that my listeners have requested. That's just, I learned a lesson a while ago that you can have the big names on, but they don't often resonate.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what do my
Right.
people want to hear? Tell
Right.
me what you want me to talk about, and I will. So I have that. And then, as you mentioned, Carey Media, we have a free weekly newsletter for working moms called The Carey All. You can find it at careymedia.com. So,
CARRY.
like, we carry a lot of stuff. Women
You know why
carry
I'm
a lot of
breaking-
stuff.
You know why I'm breaking this all down is A, because I can't spell. I'm horrible. And
No,
B,
this
you're
is
in my
good.
phone. You're in my phone until, you know, soon after, pretty quickly. But you were Ferris,
Everybody
like
does
Ferris
it.
State.
Like Ferris Bueller.
Yes, or Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, that was
so,
my nickname in college, was Bueller. And I'm like, that'd be funny, but, you know, no.
Yeah.
My professor from college still calls me Bueller. So it's okay.
Well, hey, you still talk to him. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is a good thing.
Paula Ferris, thank you so much. You're the
Thank
best.
you so much, Molly. I can't wait for people to get their hands on Dynamic Drive, and but I am going to take you up on that. Try to get that website for me, okay? Try to get my domain back.
I'm down, girl. I'm
love
adding
it.
it to my list.
Get
yeah,
people in
no
your
fee,
life.
no brokerage fee for you either, girl. Let's do it.
Got to get people in your life that'll help you become the better version of yourself and also stick up for you. So thank you, Molly. I appreciate that.
Thank you, girl. Super
Okay.
fun. I met Paula recently and I just instantly fell in love with her authenticity and her ability to connect and to be just so real. She's awesome. Paula, that was fantastic. I'm grateful that she could be a part of this with all of us. All right, next up, John Maxwell. Now, I got to tell you, John doesn't really need much of an introduction, but just in case you've maybe been living like under a rock or something for the last 20 years, John is a #1 New York Times bestselling author. He's a speaker, coach, and leader who has sold, check this out, more than 34 million books in 50 different languages. He's the founder of Maxwell Leadership, the leadership organization that's created to expand the reach of his principles, of helping people lead powerful and positive, lasting change. John, I got to tell you, it is really an honor, truly a pleasure. I am grateful for your friendship, and I'm grateful that you took the time to share with all of us here at Better You Summit. All right, John, it's you.
Hi, John Maxwell here. I'm so delighted to partner with my good friend Molly Fletcher, who helps so many people find purpose in their life. In fact, Molly, you've helped me. I've learned so much from you, and it's great to partner with you on this little project to help you, my friend, either ignite or reignite your passion to do more and do greater things for yourself and for others. And I want to talk to you about something that is very personal in my life. It's something that I developed several years ago for me, and it's kind of like what my personal definition of success is. It's a great definition to keep me balanced and on track for my professional career. And so I'm going to give it to you, okay? And really, I think success is three things. And for me, this has worked for several years. I think it will work for you. Let's try it out. First of all, I think success is knowing my purpose in life. So if you were sitting here at the table with me in the studio and you said, John, help me really find my way, help me find my why, help me find my purpose, I would look at you and I would share with you that to do that is to have the foundation that you need to do very, very well. I think not knowing your purpose causes us to be nomad and wonder too much and not really hone in on the possibilities within our life that we have. So me helping you on success and what it means to me is very important. And it begins foundationally with me knowing what my purpose is in life. And I do. And I want to help you know what your purpose in life. Somebody said there are two great days in any person's life, the day they were born and the day they discovered why. I like that. I think there's a lot of truth in that. Well, we're talking about the discovering why. And so when I do little consulting or helping with people, giving them some kind of purpose advice, I share with them that I think that I have discovered, in my life at least, that there are two what I call purpose paths. Two paths that if you take them, you have pretty good odds of finding what your purpose is. So I'm going to take you on those two paths very briefly today, and the first one is not 100% accurate. I would say it's 70% accurate. It will probably get you there, but maybe not. The second one I gave you is 100%, but I give you both of them because I think they complement each other, and when you can say yes to both of these purpose paths, I promise you, you're in on the bullseye as far as what your purpose really is. So if you're trying to discover what your purpose is in life, the first thing I would do is I'd talk to you about passion. What is your passion? That's the path that I lead people on, first of all, to discover their purpose. Passion is a great energizer in life. You show me a passionate person, I show you a person that's got all kind of energy. I've never known a passionate person that was low on energy. And I'm going to turn that around. I've really never known a person that had no passion that was high on energy. And sometimes we call people high energy or low energy people. I always want to say, well, it would also work to call them either high passion or low passion. So your passion is very, very important, and so let's talk about it because I think that it's essential for you to find your purpose. What do you love? What are you passionate about? We hear people talk about all the time about if you do what you love and love what you do, you got it. Well, that's fairly true. It's not totally true, but it's fairly true. But what are you passionate about? What do you love? And the reason I think that's important is I'm 77. And I'm very passionate about what I do, and it energizes me today. It keeps me in the game. I have no desire to retire. People say, "Well, when are you going to quit? When are you going to retire?" Well, honestly, I have no desire to quit or retire. I love what I do. I don't even think I work. I know I work, but I really don't feel like it's work. I'm not a workaholic. I'm kind of more like a workaholic. And I just love what I do. Well, when you love what you do, it's because you're passionate about what you do. Now, there is one caution, and I shared with you a moment ago that this isn't 100% accurate, and I'm going to tell you why. It's possible to be passionate about something that you're not good at. It just is, okay? And I can illustrate that in using my own life. I love to play golf. I probably have played 40 of the top 50 golf courses, great golf courses in America. I love to play golf. In fact, I live both places I live on golf courses. I like to play golf. Now, that's the good news. I'm passionate about it, but there's some bad news too, and that is I'm not very good. I'm not a gifted, talented, skilled golfer. I've taken golf lessons and they help me, but they've never got me on the PGA Tour. At my best, when I played my very best, I was about a 10, but I'm naturally about a 14 or 15. I'm a good golfer, but not a great golfer. Now, but I'm passionate about it. My passion is greater than my skill. So I tell people, if you're very passionate about something but you're not really good at it, don't make it a career. Make it a hobby. Yeah, just make it a hobby. Then you can really enjoy it. And you really can't get great at something that you don't have the giftedness or the skill set for. But passion is essential, I think, for discovering your purpose. So I hope that when I get you the second passion path, that passion can come along with the second thing I tell you about on your purpose path. And the second thing is deals with your strengths and your abilities and your giftedness. What is your strength zone? In other words, what do you really do really, really well? Because whatever that is, I promise you, in your strength zone now you have what I call an edge. And that edge means you have an edge over other people because you're just kind of naturally good at it. It already kind of gives you a few steps ahead in your race. And by the way, this is 100% accurate. Now, I'm a person of faith, so excuse me just for a moment, but when God created you, He created you with gifts. And those gifts that He gave you, those abilities that He gave you, were all about His purpose for you and the purpose for your life. And your skill set will certainly match your purpose set. What is my purpose in life? So I would encourage you. What I encourage people to do is always work on their strengths and not on their weaknesses. Now, in our culture, we're taught to work on our weaknesses. I mean, if you're in school and you're good in math, but you're not good in English, they say work on your English. And I would say that's probably not really good advice. You probably ought to work on your math because that's where you're really good at, and forget your English. And the reason you need to work on your strengths is because your strengths give you that edge, that decided advantage. Let me explain to you what I mean. From a 1 to 10, let's say you and I we have a strength. Let's say that we're above average. So we're a 6, okay? Maybe we're a 7. Now that's above average. Now you work on that because in life you can increase your skill set probably 2 numbers, no more, maybe 3, but that's about it. So if you have about a 2-number capacity and skill set, then you can go from a 6 to a 7 to an 8. Now, when you get to an 8, you're in your top 20%. 20% does good for you. You're going to do good in life. It's going to be okay. But why was it okay? It's because you worked on your strengths. You went from a 6 to a 7 to an 8. Okay, now you got your top 20%. Let's say, for example, you're not any good in that area. You don't have a good skill set there, and you don't have natural abilities there, and you're a 3. Well, if you're a 3, if you worked up 2 numbers, you could get to be a 5, but that's average. And who pays for average? Nobody pays for average. You don't even want average. Nobody wants average, surely. Do we? Do you want average? So you work on your strengths as far as your skill set, your abilities, your giftedness, okay, your talents. Now, you do work on weaknesses in areas that you can change rapidly. In other words, when you work on your weaknesses, work on the things that are choices. Think of choices with weaknesses. So if you have a bad attitude, that's a choice. Well, if you work on that, you can go from a 1 to a 10. You see, in choices, your ability to go high on that scale is very possible. In things that are not choices for you, your growth is going to be more limited. So where you can go maybe 2 numbers in your abilities and skill set, you can go 10 numbers in your choices. So if you have a bad attitude, change your attitude and go from a 1 to a 10, and it'll make a huge difference in your life. So in matters of choices, work on weaknesses, but in matters that are not choices, that are gifts and skill sets to you, we can certainly choose to improve them and practice, of course. work on those strengths because they're the ones that will give you the advantage. When you do that, you're going to find out you're very, very successful. So success is knowing my purpose in life, but secondly is growing. It's growing to my maximum potential. In other words, now what I do is I commit my life to personal development and growth. And why? Because the secret of your success and my success is determined by what we do on a daily agenda. So what we do on a daily agenda is going to determine how successful we're going to be. In other words, if I could go home with you, not say anything, but hang with you from, I don't know, let's say 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night. When we had dinner at 6 o'clock at night, I could honestly pretty well give you a good sense of how successful you're going to be, because I would get to watch you during the day. I would be able to find out if you have a good attitude in life. I'd be able to find out if people like you and you like people. I'd find out if you are initiate in life, if you live a life of good intentions or a life of good actions. I'm just going to watch you, because what you do every day determines who you are. And so it's essential for you and I to, again, develop our personal growth, take our weaknesses, which are choices, and improve them, and take our strengths, which are not choices, are gifts to us, and improve them, and stay in that zone of every day just personally developing ourselves. I am passionate about my personal growth. And for over 50 years, because of a mentor that I met at a breakfast in a Holiday Inn in Lancaster, Ohio, when I was 24, it totally changed my life. He asked me what my plan for growth was. I didn't have one. And then he said the words, "You don't grow in your personal development by accident. Getting older, that's automatic. Getting better, that's not automatic." That's when I committed to doing things that would help me develop in my own personal growth, doing things that would allow me to every day improve myself and get better. You see, when people talk about their future and they say, "I hope for a better future," I look and say, hope is not a strategy. Do you have a plan for your future? Well, that's a different question. You see, here's how it works. Your future is as bright as your commitment to personally grow today. The only guarantee that tomorrow's going to get better than today is that you're growing and you're developing right now in your life. That's huge. I had a person tell me, I was speaking at a conference, and they came up to me after I spoke. They said, "I wish I could have heard you 25 years ago." And I said, "No, you don't." And they said, No, I really do. My gosh, wow. I wish I'd heard you sooner." I said, "Well, I'm glad you wish that, but you really didn't want to hear me 25 years ago." And they looked at me and they said, "Well, I really do," because he said, if I could have heard 25 years ago what I heard today, my life would have been drastically changed. And I said, "Well, if you'd heard me 25 years ago, you wouldn't have heard what you heard today." See, 25 years ago, I didn't know what I taught today. I keep learning. I keep growing. I didn't come out of my mother's womb with the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership book. No. It's all a process of growth. And my mentor, another mentor I had one time said, "Growth is happiness." He's so right on it. It's fulfillment in life. And so if you want to be successful, you've got to know your purpose in life. That's your foundation. Once you build your foundation, knowing your purpose in life, now you have to grow. You have to grow to your maximum potential. Now you build on that foundation, and you become very successful. And when you become very successful, I take you to the third part, I think, of what success really is. It's not only knowing my purpose in life and growing to my maximum potential, but it is also sowing seeds that benefit others. Now I'm talking to you about what I call the significant life. The successful life is about me, okay? It's about what I got, my stuff, my homes, my net worth, the books that I've written, the places I've spoken. It's about Maxwell. And I want you to be successful. But if you just live a successful life without sowing seeds that benefit others, you never are going to live a significant life, because significance is all about others. Success is about me. Significance is about you. I know a lot of unhappy, successful people. They're very wealthy, very unhappy, totally unfulfilled. Why? Because their life has been too much about who they are and what they're doing and what they have. So I know a lot of very unhappy, successful people in life. But when it becomes a significant lifestyle. You began sowing seeds that benefit others. Now you're living your life not for you, but you live your life for others. Now that's where fulfillment comes in. That's where joy comes in. That's where personal gratification just begins to grow and take root. And if you live that significant life, it's about others. That's the life I live. It's the life that Molly Fletcher lives. We live that kind of a life. We live for others. Why do we live for others? Because that's where fulfillment comes in. And by the way, I've never met an unhappy person that lived a life of significance. Because the moment we live the life for others, we begin to find out why we were literally created. And I say that to you because I'm wanting to, for some of you, ignite you into a world that makes a difference. And some of you, maybe you've taken a little bit of a break and you kind of need to get back in the game and be reignited. Here's what I know. If you'll take my simple definition of success, those three things, knowing my purpose in life, growing to my maximum potential, and sowing seeds to benefit others, and you'll begin to practice them, that little fire will start burning again. Trust me. You were made for the fire to burn. And when you do these three things, that's like kindling. It's just dry kindling. You just get a spark going, and all of a sudden you got a fire going, and all of a sudden you're becoming that person that you really want to be. That's what Molly wants for you. That's what I want for you. Hey, that's what you want for yourself. So I hope this teaching, just on what success is, these three things, knowing, growing, and sowing. Knowing my purpose in life, growing to my max potential, sowing seeds that benefit others. I just want that now to be you. So start it. You can start it right now. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. Today works just fine. And as you start, trust me, the fire will begin to burn. Thanks for being with me today. My name's John, and I'm your friend.
John Maxwell. I got to tell you, I mean, that is so amazing, so humbling. I'm so grateful. He really is. He's truly a legend. And to have him pour into all of us, it's just awesome. John, thank you so much. All right, let's just think a little bit about what we've heard today, what we've all learned today. And I want to encourage you to think about what's the one thing that you can take from each speaker, that you can lay over top of your world, personally and professionally, in service of a better you. You know, one of the things that's sort of interesting about a day like today is we get a little excited, don't we? We get poured into, we get all this new information and these ideas and these thoughts, and we get inspired by these remarkable stories, and some of them comeback stories, and it's exciting. And at some level, it's almost as if we sort of get these dopamine drips, and physically, we actually do. You know, dopamine, if you're not familiar, it's sort of known as this feel-good hormone, right? Like it gives you the motivation to do something, right? Like to keep going. It sort of drips inside of us, and probably throughout the day, it's kind of dripped inside of you all day as we hear these remarkable people share their stories. And here's what's important to know. Dopamine levels, they affect how capable that we perceive ourselves to be. And so what happens is that when our dopamine levels are low, we feel less motivated and sort of derive at some level less pleasure from the pursuit that we're inside of in life. And so as we step out into the world and do what we do, as our motivation wanes, which sometimes it does, our dopamine sort of fades off a little bit, because dopamine is integral. It's involved in the pursuit of reward, which is what makes the challenges en route to success sort of feel purposeful. And the release of this dopamine, it helps reinforce our behaviors, doesn't it? I mean, it makes us more likely to engage in activities that lead to success. So as you've listened throughout the day and the dopamine at some level has dripped inside of your head and your body, you wanted to sort of lean in and hear more. And I talk about this a bit in my book. I call it the dopamine effect. And I go a lot deeper into the science around it. And as I said, you've had a little dopamine hit all day long. And so here's what I want to challenge you to consider, right? This can be a day that comes and goes, that you had a little dopamine drip, you heard some great content and you park it and you wake up and you go back into your world the way you were yesterday. Or it can be the spark. It can be the spark that you need to pursue and sustain a better you. You know, if you feel burned out, which I am hearing from folks, dynamic drive, it's the answer to burnout. In other words, if you're overly focused on the external, the uncontrollables, dynamic drive, stay with me, it has no opponent. Dynamic drive parks burnout. It offsets the uncontrollables that are everywhere in the world, certainly today. If maybe failure and fear block your progress from time to time, they will become fuel when dynamic drive becomes your DNA. And there's so much more that I couldn't get through in just one day, like TMR, Total Mindset Reset. I talk about in the book, Curiosity Edge, Connection Bridge, tactics that can help you unpack and live into dynamic drive. Remember, by the way, if you're coming in late, I just want to make sure you know you can upgrade to the VIP package, which essentially will allow you full replay access of all of today, all of the speakers, all of it. Just go to BetterYouSummit/VIP and you can upgrade and get access to all of that. And if that's not for you, please, it's no problem. You can go to getdynamicdrive.com if you want to just get a copy of the book. And you can also get an action guide, and we also have a ton of other cool little goodies and bundles there as well. Or you can do nothing. You can do nothing and just be grateful, as I am, that you are here today and that you're pouring in and prioritizing you. So important. So do me a favor, take just a second and think about this. Imagine with me for a second, imagine you, where you're living a life where achievement is not the focus. It's about who you're becoming, who you're impacting. Imagine with me, when things get hard, you expect them. In fact, you welcome them. In fact, imagine in those moments when things get a little bit hard. Imagine in those moments that you glance down at your purpose, you glance down at your values, and you swallow them whole, and you keep going. Imagine you say no, and you know why. Imagine you say yes, and you know why. Imagine that it's not an accident where you focus your energy. It's on purpose, and it's for your purpose. Imagine you are consistent and committed to what you want most, not necessarily what you want right now. Imagine this. Imagine that you embody confidence and humility all in one, sort of walking that tightrope with grace and with ease. Imagine that you are fulfilled and ambitious. This kind of drive, dynamic drive, it is inside. It is inside of you. So step in between the lines into dynamic drive and ignite the joyful pursuit of a better life for you and for those that you lead, love, live with, and serve. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us at Better You Summit and for making your growth a priority. Thank you.